ladies and gentlemen. Are you ready for the trial of the century? In my case, I don't have a choice. At their feet, Solaris, James. Just so you know, I'm not going to take sides. Message received, loud and clear. Good, because I don't like this one bit. You and Daddy should be on the same team. Sorry, Trucy. Wow, she's really mad. I'm sorry too, little lady. This is all my fault. I'm just worried things will never be the same between Daddy and Apollo. If they go through with this. Is that all? Well, I wouldn't worry about that. That's the way it is with us men. We may fight, but we don't burn bridges. Really? Sure. One minute we're trading blows, and the next we're having drinks together. We're simple creatures at heart. I sure hope you're right. Chat, what is your assessment? Sorry I'm late, Apollo. Athena, there you are. What happened with you and Mr. Wright yesterday? Oh, about that. I ended up going to the wrong airport. I was waiting there thinking his flight was really late, and before I knew it, I dozed off. By the time I woke up, it was already dark. I figured something like that had happened. Being late and dozing off are the two things you do best. Guilty as charged. So then, I take it you have no idea what today's case is about? Not a clue. Sorry. What is today's case about, if I might ask? Another locked room mystery? A suspect with a flimsy alibi? Ooh, a dying message. Sorry, strike 3, you're out. It's a civil case. Those exist in this world. A civil case? You act like I'm speaking Swahili here. It's just, the Wright Anything Agency specializes in criminal law, or so I thought. In civil cases, there are no prosecutors, right? Instead, both parties retain an attorney. Right. The other attorney is someone you know very well. Really? Who? The trial will begin shortly. Please proceed to the courtroom at once. Okay, let's do this. Apollo, wait, who's the other attorney? And where is Mr. Wright? That dramatic irony writing. No time to explain. Let's go. Okay, right behind you. Boy, is she gonna be in for a surprise. Incoming a good time. Court is now in session. All rise. You can tell we're the good guys because we have the partner. Can you imagine if for some reason Maya was here and she was on Phoenix's side? It would make no sense, but still. Court is now in session. Oh, oh man, that's so cursed. Left-facing Phoenix Wright. So cursed. At least, outside of fan projects. Is this some sort of practice session? A mock trial, perhaps? No. No, it's not, Your Honor. It's the real deal, Your Honor. So then, you two had a falling out.
I won't have you using my courtroom for that, you know.
It's nothing like that, Your Honor. Exactly. It just so happens that we have different clients in this case.
I see. Well, here's hoping that this has no adverse effect on your working relationship.
How nice of the judge. Very considerate of him. To just retain as much information and wish well like that. I mean, it's not exactly against his character, but just nice for him to say that out loud.
I like it when my favorite characters get along, you know.
You can say that again. I had no idea we'd be going up against the boss today. You sure this is a good idea, Apollo? What? Do you want to switch sides? Honestly, I'd rather be anywhere but here now. Well, at least she is here. I'm really going to need her help. If such a thing were possible, I'd say that the main character's companion requesting to switch sides would be a that'd be like something that Tyrion Cuthbert would have made a reference to. Mr. Justice. Yes? Don't expect me to pull any punches just because you're the opposing lawyer. Who would have known that a simple horizontal flip would have turned Phoenix from Goober into the Destroyer of Worlds? As I said, the kid gloves are off, and come what may, they will stay off. Same here, Mr. Wright. If it's a fight you want, it's a fight you get. From Goober to Uber. Dang it, should have gone with that. +1 for the chat. Yeah, what are the gallery's thoughts on this? Yeesh. You guys are really chomping at the bit, aren't you?
I don't mind a good fight between co-workers. Just keep this civil case civil. Now then, if the plaintiff would take the stand, we may begin. Right, left, pull. Oh my! Is that a punching bag? Where are my gloves? Noble judge, members of the gallery, good day to you. I am politician. This is but the start of my epic campaign, and you all have the honor of witnessing it. I believe the youth of this country are our very future. Too long have they been looked down on and given the cold shoulder. So to them I say, ask not what you can do for your country, ask what you can do for me.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Mr. Petition, what is that crazy contraption you're riding in?
It's my custom-made election-winning campaign mobile. Beautiful, isn't it? Seeing Phoenix without his antics and internal dialogue make him incredibly intimidating. Makes you understand why he's so well known. Yep, I am very much looking forward to it. Phoenix was at his peak in Ace Attorney 4, and I am looking to see even just a flash of that brilliance here. So hello.
You're at a witness stand, not a campaign podium, so come out of there this instant.
Fair. he still has his name over there. Just so he got it memorized.
All right. Now, would the plaintiff's attorney, Mr. Wright, please explain the complaint filed against the defendant?
Mr. Attition's complaint against the defendant is simple. The defendant, one Dirk Sadmati, stole my client's family heirloom, the Crystal of Ami Faye. I mean, the fact that it's the Crystal of Ami Faye, or it's called that, you know Phoenix has some kind of invested interest. The question is, what? What kind of invested interest? Mr. Attition merely seeks its return. This wouldn't have happened if that archaeologist hadn't kicked the bucket.
I see. Well, Mr. Justice, let's have your opening statement if you would.
Wait, I get to give an opening statement? The defense asserts the item in question is the Founder's Orb, a sacred relic from Khura'in.
Go on.
It seems someone asked an archaeologist, Dr. Archie Buff, to study the orb. Dr. Buff determined that it was a Khura'inese national treasure known as the Founder's Orb. The very orb that was stolen from a treasure room in Khura'in several weeks ago.
Why, yes, I saw a news report about that. The judge in that case was very handsome. The theft of a Khura'inese national treasure caused quite an uproar in the kingdom.
Well, we believe that it was not, in fact, a theft in the traditional sense, but rather, it was spirited out of Khura'in by someone for Dr. Buff to study.
You don't say. And?
Around that time, an acquaintance of the defendant learned of Dr. Buff. He made contact with the doctor, who agreed to hand over the orb. Apparently, the doctor wanted nothing to do with it once he learned it had been stolen.
It seems you even have a transfer agreement between both parties.
Mr. Sadmati also agreed to return the Founder's Orb to the Kingdom of Khura'in once the doctor verified it was the real thing.
I see. So, this dispute centers on whether the item in question is the Founder's Orb or the Crystal of Ami Faye. That, in turn, will determine the object's rightful owner.
I better bring my A game. Going up against Mr. Wright won't be a walk in the park. Get your game on.
Come to think of it, the name Dirk Sadmati sounds awfully familiar. But I can't recall where I've heard it.
Oh, it's probably your imagination, Your Honor. He's just a tourist after all.
My imagination, you say?
Did Apollo just commit perjury? Are you sure about this, Apollo? He's a wanted criminal in Khura'in, isn't he? In Khura'in, yes. Here, he's just a tourist.
Very well. Let's begin the proceedings. Bailiff, would you bring in the first witness?
Technically. Well, there you go. Of course. It always has to start with the detective. Emma? Show some manners. We're in court. I know, it's just... This is a civil trial. So surprised to see a detective take the stand. I had her do some digging on Dr. Buff. What for? You disappoint me, Apollo. First, you know I'm not just a detective. I'm a forensic scientist. Do try to remember that. Second, you owe Mr. Wright an apology. After he's done for you, you have some nerve. First, I'm sorry. And second, I'm really just trying to do my job. You'll never get anywhere with that attitude. Take some advice from someone who's been there. Why do I feel like I'm on trial here?
Detective Skye, your testimony, if you please.
Wouldn't it be something if, in the middle of the testimony, Phoenix was the one to throw out the first hold it? The police have had their eyes on Dr. Buff for some time, and just today, a number of stolen artifacts were discovered in his study. Uh-oh. A history of theft, potentially. That won't look good on our end. Among them were a priceless urn and a statue that were stolen from the Fae clan. It seems the Doctor would do anything to study artifacts, including steal them. As for a relic at the center of this dispute, he likely stole it from the Attition residence. Didn't Dats give it to him? The Doctor is a thief? Why am I just hearing about this now? Well, cat burglar isn't something he put on his resume. He was more careful than that. But the fact is, he was a classic treasure hunter. Hey, at least use the proper terminology. Treasure hunter, huh? Like, people have thrilling adventures in exotic places, risking life and limb for glory? I doubt Dr. Buff was the star of his own hit movie series, Athena. Out of respect for the dead, I will say that Dr. Buff wasn't doing it to get rich. Apparently, he only wanted to borrow artifacts to study them. He would then return them as soon as his research was finished. According to the Doctor's child, he would even repair or restore some of the artifacts he stole before returning them. He believed he was honoring the dead by discovering their history through artifacts. But whatever lofty ideals he held, it makes no difference. Larceny is larceny.
Yes, he certainly sounds no different from a regular thief to me.
That's treasure hunter, good sir. So, let's say for a moment that the Doctor really did moonlight in stealing artifacts. Might he not have stolen the Founder's Orb in Khura'in? Might he, and brought it back here himself? Nope. There's no record of him traveling overseas over the past few years. Plus, he couldn't very well leave his reclusive child at home all alone.
Then this really must be the Crystal of Ami Fae.
Yes, he stole it from the Attition residence, probably so he could study it. This is a left hook I did not need. As opposed to a left hook you did need? I bet you never saw that coming, Apollo. Yeah, Mr. Wright said the kid gloves were off. He wasn't kidding.
Mr. Justice, you may proceed with your cross-examination.
Oh my goodness, seeing Apollo on the left, Phoenix on the right, that is the stuff of legends. Imagine before this game came out, you send people a screenshot of that and they're like, oh wow, that's a great fan-made trial. The Doctor's dark secret. Bring it on. These have had their eyes on Dr. Buff for some time. Yesterday, a number of stolen artifacts were discovered in his study. Among them were a priceless urn and a statue that were stolen from the Fae clan. Seems the Doctor would do anything to study artifacts, including steal them. As to the relic at the center of this dispute, he likely stole it from the Attition residence. You claim he stole a family heirloom from the Attition residence, but claiming something doesn't make it true. Unfortunately, it is true. How can you be so sure? A police report was filed concerning the theft. 1 year ago, in fact. What? Whole year ago? August 25th of last year, to be exact. The report states, and I quote, "The crystal of Ami-Fae was discovered to be missing from the Attition storehouse at 10 a.m. The storehouse lock had been picked. Signed, Paul Attition Wimperson?" His full last name is Wimperson?
Well, a year-old report certainly lends the plaintiff's claim credence. The doctor really could have stolen the crystal of Ami-Fae.
Not only that, Your Honor, the Founder's orb was only found to be missing several weeks ago. That's nearly a year after the crystal's theft was reported. Therefore, I believe you must consider the orb and the crystal to be two separate items. Politician Wimperson? Not the most awe-inspiring tail end, is it? I can see why he cut it. Not that he inspires confidence without it. Still, I'd probably do the same in his shoes. Alright, a robbery report. Police report was filed about the crystal's theft a year ago. The theft of the Founder's orb was only reported a few weeks ago. So the crystal's police report was filed away before the orb was found missing. That suggests the stolen relic is the crystal of Ami-Fae, as Mr. Attition Wimperson asserts. I doubt the police report is a fake. After all, Emma's the one who submitted it as evidence. Still, I feel like something he learned in that police report is important somehow. The Wii and PS3 turned 20 this year. Mods, ban that fact. Don't. Okay, so what does the police report actually say in full? Crystal of Ami-Fae was discovered to be missing from the Attition storehouse at 10 a.m. The storehouse lock had been picked. Okay. And this is a Khura'in national treasure. The doctor hid it in the ruins before his untimely death. Yep, it's an orb. Alright, let's get pressing. How exactly did Mr. Buff arouse the suspicion of the police anyway? Chalk it up to good old-fashioned sleuthing. After investigating countless artifact thefts of the past few years, the police finally zeroed in on him, and the doctor became their prime suspect. A number of those artifact thefts occurred in Khura'in village too, if I might add. And they started right around the time the doctor moved there. But he was never arrested. I take it there was nothing concrete linking him to a crime? Nope. Which is why we weren't able to get a search warrant in the first place. Hard to arrest artifact thieves unless you catch them red-handed. Still, the police had him under constant surveillance. Dang.
Hold it!
Are you sure these allegedly stolen artifacts are the real deal? They're not fakes, that's for sure. Take the urn, for example. Apparently, it's an extremely intricate work of art. Its design, cracks, and other features would be impossible to replicate perfectly. Actually, I've had a few run-ins with that urn myself. So I was shocked to see it here in the doctor's study. I can say without a doubt, that urn was stolen from the Fae clan. I see.
Detective Sky, please continue with your testimony if you would.
Among them were a priceless urn and a statue that were stolen from the Fae clan. Were any other stolen artifacts found besides those belonging to the Faes? Yes. For instance... Wow. Oh, never mind. I thought that was going to be the shortest press ever. Remember the large relief on the wall? It was chiseled out of some ancient ruins in the Kingdom of Khura'in several years ago.
It's a relief! They chiseled it!
chiseled out? Didn't that damage it? Well, he did restore the parts that were so faded you could barely see them anymore. Seems he intended to return it someday, so one could say his intentions were good. Good intentions are no get-out-of-jail-free card. That's a fact. If I might add, with respect for the deceased, the quality of the restoration was apparently exceptional. It seems the doctor invested a lot of money in hiring an extremely talented specialist. He sounds like a good man who took a wrong turn somewhere. I guess Sarge takes after him in that way. Any further questions? If not... And this seems the doctor do anything to study artifacts, including steal them. Had these alleged thefts been going on for some time? At least 5 years, as far as we can tell. All the recent thefts have been local. Before moving into Khura'in village, he'd been stealing from ruins around the world. Dr. Buff was an international criminal. This data lends itself to but one conclusion. Dr. Buff was a thief. Alright, so as for the relic at the center of this dispute, he likely stole it from the Attition residence. I need to figure out something that pokes a hole in whatever argument we're going after. So, he had a history of theft. Numerous stolen artifacts were discovered in his study. A priceless urn and a statue that were stolen from the Fae clan. Hello there, Darius. Sarge's drone. A helicopter drone operated by the doctor's kit, equipped with a camera and a microphone. Let's see, so that was stuck to the inside of the doctor's boot. Probably doesn't mean anything. The robbery report says that the Crystal Army Fae was discovered to be missing from the Attition storehouse at 10 a.m. Storehouse lock had been picked. The doctor's poor eyesight meant he couldn't read anything without these. They were found in his desk. Data obtained with the doctor's computer includes a report on his research into the Founder's Orb. Alright, so what we set of the patterns, we have yet to crack the riddle. The opaque crystal orb is the key. The pattern. Okay. I agree to hand over the Founder's Orb to the Defiant Dragons, if I will come to no harm, Dr. Archie Buff. Diagram of the Doctor's study. Old photo. Research notes. And there's the song. Mitama motif from Khura'in founding period. By a picture of Dad. Don't know where it's going to become relevant. So among them were a priceless urn and a statue that were stolen from the Fae clan. Doesn't seem like that's any sort of lie. The Doctor would do anything to study artifacts, including steal them. The question is, we don't know. We have no, let me see here. I don't have the ability to present any sort of, profiles. So I think the, where's the court records again? History, options, autoplay. As the relic at the center of this dispute, he likely stole it from the Attition residence. This says, Crystal Army is discovered to be missing from the Attition residence. No, that's rather the been pot. So, we received this, so we received this robbery report. They said it's important somehow. I don't see how that goes into it. Let me see here. You decipher the patterns. We have to crack the riddle. The opaque crystal orb is the key. Dr. Buff, how is your research going? Most likely stole it from the Attition residence. But yeah, it wasn't. I can swear, if didn't Dats give it to him though? What proves that Dats gave it to him? I guess you look at the robbery report. Crystal Vine Fae was discovered to be missing from the Attition storehouse at 10 a.m. The storehouse lock had been picked. Okay. A report filed a year ago by one Mr. Paul Attition Wimperson. Okay. The email. No timestamp on this. Someone else gave it to him based on the email. Where does it say that? So, where does it say that someone gave it to him? I mean, there's still nothing that directly says that it was given to him, but yes, we're rolling. We're sending it. The doctor stole the relic from the plaintiff? Are you sure? Because that statement doesn't agree with a certain piece of evidence. I know what the email address says. That's probably Phoenix. I just don't know how that implies that it was given to him. I mean, he could have gotten it, told someone about it, and then that person checks in. It implies it was given to him to study. Yeah, well, you know me. The implications aren't usually strong enough. Oh. Paul Attition Wimperson. That's what PAW stands for. Nope. Those two synapses did not fire off. I did not make that connection a single bit. What do you mean? Take a look at this. What about it? This contains an email from the doctor's computer. Email? In that little piece of plastic? I'm afraid I don't understand. Oh, this stick here can store all sorts of computer data. I still don't get it. Here, just look at this. Paul Attition Wimperson. Nope, did not make that connection a single bit. Wonder what 711 stands for. You know, if you rearrange those three numbers, Moderator Tim would flip out. Apparently, the doctor was reporting his research findings to a certain individual. (7-11) likely a birthday. That sounds about right. Now, look at this. It's the police report Detective Sky presented to this court. You can see the plaintiff's legal name on it. Paul Attition Wimperson. I can see why he dropped Wimperson from his name. That's hardly breaking news. Look closer, Your Honor. Ugh! His initials! Yeah, I thought they were my initials! What are you talking about, Phoenix? I don't know! It's kind of funny to see the good guy damage animations on someone who we're facing against. Right. The plaintiff's full legal name is Paul Attition Wimperson. Now, consider this. These email recipient addresses start with 3 letters. P-A-W-O. Where would the A come from Phoenix? For all we know, his middle name is Ace, or Attorney. Oh, but I will anyway. The individual who hired the doctor to study the disputed item? Huh. is none other than politician Wimperson. Wait, then that means... Exactly. He wouldn't have asked the man who stole his family heirloom to study it. Therefore, how could this possibly be the crystal of Ami Faye? We never checked the doctor's emails. Couldn't even figure out the password to his computer. The plaintiff willingly left the orb in the doctor's care so he could study it, at the behest of his benefactor. Wait. Then, what about the police report? I have all the details of the theft right here. It's probably for another relic, the real crystal of Ami Faye. He's just using the report as a way to claim that our orb is actually a stolen crystal. Objection! Oh no! Phoenix's objection working against us. And how are you so certain that PAW refers to my client's initials? Maybe the email's recipient was a dog lover. Perhaps. So, let's get to know your client a little better, shall we? Mr. Politician Wimperson. I suppose shutting down detractors is all part of a politician's job. Answer me this, Mr. Titian Wimperson. What is... your shoe size, your favorite food, your birthday? What is your birthday? My birthday? Why, it's July 11th. But what's it to you? Oh, I see. You can address birthday gifts to my office. But, full disclosure, I only accept gifts valued at $1,000 or more. So, two Nintendo Switch 2 games. Or half a Five Guys meal. Why has everyone suddenly gone quiet? How can anyone be that self-centered? Alright, politician. Did everyone hear that? He said July 11th. July 11th, or rather 711, matches the numbers in the email address. Both the name and the birthday are a match. I hardly think that's a coincidence. Wait. Wait, you sneaky little... you wanna... Looks like someone finally decided to join the conversation. Would the plaintiff care to explain? I would like to say that it is quite... quite what? Quite a thing you've said. Any other thoughts? No further comments. I stand by my previous statement. Your statement that I said a thing? Hold it! You can't just walk away. Even politicians have to explain themselves in a court of law. That's how you know this is a work of fiction. I'm afraid I simply don't know how it happened. I can't possibly explain matters outside of my purview. Perhaps it was a mistake on the part of my secretary. Oh no, you don't, you slippery eel. Mr. Wright, would you care to respond? I won't argue your assertion. My client lent the treasure in question to the doctor and asked him to study it. It seems that much is a fact. Now we're getting somewhere. However, it has no bearing on the issue of ownership. How so? Mr. Attition, I fully understand your position here. You had to hide the fact that you sent the crystal out to be studied. Your family would have been very upset if they had found out. It's a family heirloom, after all. You gotta be kidding me! Mr. Wright is, well, right, of course. But then he always is. That's why he's my lawyer. The crystal is a precious Attition family heirloom and has been for centuries. But Dr. Buff was so eager to study its proud heritage, I just couldn't say no. Didn't even tell my grandfather.
Objection!
In order to win the backing of your so-called benefactor, you were going to give what you claimed to be the Crystal of Omni Fae to that person? You were going to give a precious family heirloom away, just like that?
I was going to explain everything to Grandfather later. Honest!
My client's grandfather is very proud of his grandson for following in his footsteps. And refusing him would have meant dashing the dreams of his darling grandson. I doubt the kindly old man could have said no.
Well, grandchildren are meant to be spoiled. That's what grandfathers are for.
Your Honor, please. I mean, it's been in the family for centuries.
My grandfather thinks highly of my talents as a politician. That's why he entrusted me with this very important name placard today.
The peel. So flimsy. There's symbolism in there, isn't there?
So I'm sure you would have been okay with me using the crystal as I saw fit.
Grandpa's spoiled little brat. I think the judge is buying it, Apollo. No surprise there. He's always going on about his own grandchild, after all. Excuse me. Can I leave now, Mr. Wright? I believe my work here is done. By all means, Detective Sky. Thank you for your assistance. You're welcome. Nice to testify at a civil trial once in a while. See you around.
It seems the facts have changed somewhat. Mr. Attition Wimperson apparently lent his family heirloom to Dr. Buff. Mr. Justice, how would the defense like to proceed?
Oh, all right. Now what? Apollo, let's hear what they know about the so-called Crystal of Omni Fae. Maybe you can find some inconsistencies in their statements. Right. Okay then, Mr. Wright. The item in question really is an Attition family heirloom. Let's hear all your client knows about it. Of course. Mr. Attition Wimperson, please tell the defense everything you know about the crystal's origin.
All right. Now then, listen and learn. This is the tale of the Crystal of Omni Fae and the illustrious history of the Attition clan. Now, are you ready? Our story begins back in the old country, when the Attition family reigned supreme.
There we go, it's a testimony. I thought we were actually going to let that ride.
My ancestor was praised as a benevolent ruler. He protected the spirit mediums, a minority back then, from the rest of the locals. Some discriminated against them, you see, while others tried to abuse their power. As thanks, Omni Fae gave the crystal she had specially made as a gift to him. I'm a descendant of that great lord. As such, my political power and influence is backed by centuries of history. Yes.
Well, that devolved into a great load of self-aggrandizing propaganda fast. As you can see, the Crystal of Omni Fae is an heirloom of the esteemed house of Attition. And you have proof that it has always been in the Attition family? I have someone who gave a statement to that effect. My client's neighbor, One Ives Shinetto, age 85, gave the following statement. Evis? Ives? The Etician showed me the crystal back when I was but a lad. Can we really trust the memory of an old man? Mr. Justice, would you care to explain that statement to the judge? Oh boy. Phoenix is going straight into the ad hominem. Actually, Apollo was the one who went to the ad hominem. No words needed.
An old man, you say? Oh. I may have arthritis, but I can still throw this gavel a good ways.
Oh, I didn't mean... What I'm trying to say is...
Never underestimate the memory of your elders. I may forget my verdicts the next day, but the memories of my past are clear as day. Therefore, I find Mr. Ives Shineto's statement to be perfectly credible.
Wow. You see how Mr. Wright got the judge on his side? That's definitely a trick I want up my sleeve. You're not helping, Athena.
You may cross-examine the witness, Mr. Justice.
The illustrious history of the Etician clan. Alright, praised as a benevolent ruler, as in a benefactor to many.
Hold it!
That's what you set down there. Is this something of importance to you?
It's a name placard.
This one here belonged to my grandfather, Abraham Etician. He had a custom made during this distinguished political career. It's special because it was crafted from the finest Italian plastic. I wasn't aware the Italians were famous for their fine plastic. You can touch it if you want. No, I'm fine. Very well. I'll just continue with my testimony then. My ancestor was praised as a benevolent ruler. He was also an eminent politician. Let's see, protect spirit mediums from the rest of the locals. Some discriminated against them, you see, while others tried to abuse their power. As thanks, Amife gave the crystal she had specially made as a gift to him. You said she had it made, so then it was made in Japan?
That's right, it was made right here. Oh no, wait. What region am I in again? They say she hired a famous craftsman to make it. And they say it's quite valuable too.
And you were going to take such a priceless family heirloom and just give it to your patron? Fair.
That's so typical of you arrogant common types. Ignorant even. Making difficult decisions when the chips are down is what being a politician is all about.
Only when it's in service of your own political career, you mean?
The crystal is a testament to my ancestors' remarkable achievements. Furthermore, I'm a descendant of that great lord.
Could that be untrue?
As such, my political power and influence is backed by centuries of history.
Alright, let's see what happens when I press on that one. So, tell me, Mr. Etician Wimperson, are you famous in Khura'in village?
You could say that, but I find my popularity to be rather bemusing.
Bemusing?
Yes, my campaign posters keep going missing as soon as I put them up. My avid supporters and female fans are likely taking them home to hang in their bedrooms.
I guess ignorance really is bliss.
All this only, sir, only proves my fine lineage. Hold it!
I'm sorry. Is any of that relevant to the issue of the relic's rightful owner?
Have you never heard of Kingcraft?
That sounds like a voxel game made in the mid-2010s. Kingcraft?
It's the art of ruling as a king. My father drilled it into my head from a young age. And one of his precepts states, ruin awaits a ruler who responds to every single issue posed by the masses.
Well, that's my question about what he meant by kingless nation. Progress. Apollo, who is this Ami Faye anyway? I believe she was the founder of the Khura'in channeling technique. The plaintiff claims she had the crystal made for his ancestor. That would mean it was made in Japan, right? Yes, I suppose it would.
Okay, they're really harping on the whole made in Japan thing.
So then, so the Founder's Orb is known as Khura'in's national treasure, which then goes to say, a report. But then if it was made in Japan, how did it get over here? Let's see here. Robbery report. Let's see, the email we already used. Or transfer agreement. Study diagram. Photo. Research notes. Mitama motif from Khura'in founding period. So, yeah, if it was kept in there. Yeah, if it was kept in there, then why would it have Khura'in type stuff in it? Let's see.
Objection!
Hell yeah, brother. Serve it up. The research notes say otherwise. They sure did. You stated that Ami Faye had the crystal made for your ancestor. So, am I to assume it was made in Japan?
That's right. The craftsmanship is unbeatable.
Well, that's strange. I don't see your so-called crystal could have been made there.
What are you talking about?
It's quite obvious if you take a closer look at this. Yeah, that's a, oh, so I can take off the auto. So it comes from the Khura'in. Oh, wait, no, pardon me. I thought it was some sort of crown, but no. It would be right. Yeah, that's the oh, those are the Mitamas, of course. I thought for some reason the crown was part of it. Take a look at the distinctive design here, according to Dr. Buff. It's a Mitama motif dating back to the early days of the Kingdom of Khura'in.
The Kingdom of Khura'in? And you base this on?
Here, this piece of evidence, Your Honor. These are the doctor's research notes on the Founder's Orb. This is the box in which the orb was originally stored. Yes. Okay. For some reason, I thought it was the overall shape, not the relief on there. It features the same pattern as the one found on the orb.
They do look like the same pattern.
Therefore, I assert that the disputed item must have been made in the Kingdom of Khura'in.
Ah! My placard!
A Khura'in channeling technique originated in the Kingdom of Khura'in. And Ami Faye is known to have traveled there to train. With that in mind, what's to say she didn't bring that pattern back with her?
Objection!
But since this is clearly a Khura'inese design, not even you can deny the possibility that it was made there, in the kingdom of Khura'in. Anything's possible to some extent. That doesn't make it true. So you can't conclude that the orb is from Khura'in based solely on that pattern. If it were that simple, I could just as easily say it's Japanese. Eat your humble pie, Apollo. You're back from getting the dishes done. So, well, we're currently arguing the point that was next brought up. That politician talked about where the crystal came from, the crystal, and we compared the patterns on the crystal, the disputed item, I guess we'll say, against some patterns in our research notes, and as Apollo is arguing, the crystal may have been created in Khura'in instead of Japan, where that's where Ami Faye would have had it created. So, I have to agree with Mr. Wright. The pattern alone proves nothing, but that also means there's no basis to claim the item was in dispute, Did I say item in dispute, or the disputed item? Did I really just call it again? The item in dispute was made Japan item. At this rate, we're going nowhere fast. Ugh, he's right. We're spinning our wheels here. Wonder if we have any evidence that could break this stalemate. Evidence that could break this stalemate. Does it exist? I'm going to guess that it does not exist yet. It's way too early in the trial for us to say, yes, there is evidence. There doesn't seem to be anything we can use, at least not at this point. I mean, the thing is, we're not backed against a wall right now. Right now, the opposite side is just as much at a loss as we are. That's nothing inclusive. You think it's a trap where you get penalized if you present anything? Yep. Well, unless we can find something, this trial won't be going anywhere. Ooh. Oh dear. Boy, that must have been the first time a Titian was ever told he was wrong. Whew, that's much better. That placard is gonna go through a heck in a handbasket, isn't it? What's his deal? I have a suggestion. Why don't we consider this from a different angle? I'm listening. What if Phoenix is turning his thinking around, but as an antagonist? The Defiant Dragons really were authorized to take possession of the relic. I'm afraid I don't know where you're going with this, Mr. Wright. Consider the orb transfer agreement, which states, I agree to hand over the Founder's Orb to the Defiant Dragons if I will come to no harm. What if, as the last part suggests, this was written under duress? That will render the agreement null and void. What are you suggesting, Mr. Wright? While you were on your little cave expedition, is Phoenix employing condescending language? He really is slotting into that right side of the courtroom very well. Like a glove. I was investigating Dr. Buff's accident, and there was something you overlooked, Mr. Justice. Namely, that his accident may actually have been a murder. Here we go. Has all the civility been stripped away? Are we now turning this into a murder case? What? Murder?
Mr. Wright, you do realize that such statements are not to be made lightly. Are you suggesting the doctor was murdered by the Divine Dragons?
Yes, but follow me on this for a second. The books that come tumbling down were from the archaeology shelf. However, among that mountain of books was a single volume on psychology. What's more, there was some blood on it. And you feel this is important because the books that came tumbling down were from the top shelf, the archaeology books. You know this because the doctor's books were meticulously organized by subject. Archaeology took up the entire shelf, so that psychology book is completely out of place. Come to think of it, the shelves were arranged quite carefully. It's also worth noting that psychology books only take up a tiny part of the bottom shelf. You might wonder why a book on psychology was found amid the pile of archaeology books, but I believe I can explain what that single out-of-place book was doing there. The doctor was struck from behind while selecting a psychology book from the shelf. And that's when the blood got on the book? Precisely. And to make it look like an accident, it was buried under a mountain of archaeology books. Psychology killed him. It wasn't a healthy major. Well, I was told that back in the day. For entirely different reasons. Wait a second. This is all just speculation, right? Or do you have proof that it was murder? Of course I do. You do? On a hunch, I had Detective Skye examine the doctor's head wound. She found that it had been struck by the corner of some object or another. Wait, what? A wound like that couldn't have resulted from a fall to the floor, you know. You understand what this means, Mr. Justice? The wound makes it crystal clear that Dr. Buff was murdered. The Spirit of Justice Phoenix theme. Kind of funny to hear it when it's our antagonist making his point. What? Well, that was unexpected. Who'd have thought we'd break out of the stalemate like this? He pulled the ladder right out from under us. Still, if he thinks that's enough to make me back down, he's got another thing coming. Even if the cause of death was murder, what makes you think it was the Defiant Dragons? You should know better than to hurl baseless accusations. Did you forget who you up against, Mr. Justice? Nani? You didn't actually think I'd come to court without witnesses and evidence, did you? What are you talking about? I would like to request further testimony from the plaintiff. Specifically, I would like the court to hear how he saw one of the rebels leaving the crime scene. He saw him what? Gotta love how they're all hunched over. Everyone is like ducking underneath a bridge. If he can prove his murder, that's the end of our client's rights to the orb. Did you have this up his sleeve the whole time? How could Mr. Wright do this to us? He was just waiting to spring this trap.
Heh. This trial has taken another unexpected turn. But I must mention, Mr. Wright, that you have yet to identify the murder weapon.
The object used to commit the murder was not located at the scene of the crime. The murderer likely disposed of it elsewhere.
Well, I never thought we'd be deliberating the issue of murder at a civil trial.
I mean, every single other case is murder. Why not a civil trial as well? The 5-time world champion bluffmaster. True, true. Though to be fair, when he's on the defense side, he never comes prepared. Not fully prepared, at least.
All right, Mr. Petition Wimperson, your testimony, if you please.
Prepare to be dazzled. Ooh, yes. Dazzled by charismatic oration forged in the crucible of campaign battles. How much more damaged is that placard gonna get? I'm looking forward to seeing it. That evening, I was walking alone, lost in thought. I passed by the doctor's house, and that's when I saw Mr. Rebel. He was running out the front door. It was around 10 at night. Surely that must have been him fleeing around the scene of this crime. A vote for me is a vote to end such violence. That's my promise to you.
So, the plaintiff saw a possible suspect fleeing from the doctor's residence? That was within the window of the estimated time of death?
That's a rebel. What in the world were you even doing there then? It seems Mr. Rebel was loitering about Khura'in village that day. As evidence, he was in the large doctor's study as well. Isn't that right, Mr. Justice? No. You mean the suitcase? Exactly. You must have been in quite the rush to leave that behind. Oh, by the way, Your Honor, Mr. Rebel just so happens to be sitting in the gallery today.
No!
See? That's him trying to escape as we speak.
Bailiff, don't let that man get away! Right, you backstabber! Why are you doing this to me? All right. The counsel/defense may question the plaintiff/witness once more. Please proceed, Mr. Justice.
I can't believe That's a Rebel dies in Case 5 of Spirit of Justice. There's nothing to imply that he died, so that's why I can't believe it. Alright, you're walking alone, lost in thought. You pass by the doctor's house, and that's when you saw Mr. Rebel. He was running out the front door. It was around 10 at night. Surely that must have been him fleeing the scene of his crime. Though for me, is a faux for ending such violence. Alright, let's see his claims about running out the front door. Did you notice anything unusual? Yes! His behavior was incredibly suspicious. His eyes were darting all around as he ran off in total panic. And as soon as I saw that, I knew we had done something, and it probably wasn't good. Despite that, you still didn't report it to the police? Who would have thought he had killed Dr. Beth? Not me. That's why I didn't report him.
So, the witness did notify the police. Is that an important statement, Mr. Justice?
Yes, it's important. I request that the witness add it to his testimony.
Fair. Sure, why not? I had no idea that Dr. Puff was dead. That's why I didn't call the police.
You had no idea that he was dead, huh? What might imply that you knew that he was dead? If that's what we are after here. Dr. Puff was struck in the corner with some object. The time of death was between 10 and 11. Okay. And that is the robbery report. Don't think this has anything to do with anything. You had no idea that Dr. Puff was dead. That's why you didn't call the police.
Hold it!
What happens if I press this one? You had no idea it was dead. In other words, you knew nothing about what had happened. I am truly ashamed of myself. Nani?
There's been a gruesome murder in my beloved village. Oh, what a fool I've been. I was thinking of only the village's future and world peace. Since my honest attitude and industrious nature have come back to haunt me.
Only a politician would try to pass off self-aggrandizement as self-deprecation. Polly, I think this is how all politicians will be from now on. Goddamn. Like fine wine. We're all doomed if they are. Oh my god. This fine wine just got finer. If you don't mind, I'd like to continue with my testimony. Surely that must have been him fleeing the scene of the crime.
Hold it!
But at that time, you didn't know the doctor was dead, is that correct?
It's true that I've been known as a prodigy from a very young age.
Eh?
I graduated high school and college with exceptional grades. And as class president, my reforms stayed on old school traditions. My exploits were even covered in local papers. But as exceptional as I am, I can't possibly be expected to know everything at all times.
This isn't working. He's bending the questions to serve his own needs.
Hang in there, Apollo. Mr. Titian Wimberson, I believe the court is well aware of your exceptional nature. Now, would you please continue with your testimony? I have the upcoming election in the bag. Vote for me so to end such violence. That is my promise to you.
So, how do you actually intend on to end such violence?
Elite politicians such as myself never reveal their strategies. Or lack thereof. Up high! No one! No one! I've been left hanging. Did you really think I would divulge such a sensitive information to the likes of you?
Yeah, but surely you have some sort of campaign platform you're running on.
No comment.
Clearly, his is a platform told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing.
This is an entire winery right now.
He didn't know the doctor was dead? Well, I guess that makes sense, considering the body was found inside the study.
Right. How could he have known? Guess I should at least find out where a Weasley witness was when he saw Dats.
Let me see. You're walking alone, lost in thought, passed by the door. Around the door. You have no idea that Dr. Buff was dead. that implies that you might know. What's the map of the study? Okay, so that's the entrance. Is the added statement not important? Wait, where were you? You passed by the doctor's house, and that's when you saw Mr. Rebel. That evening, you walked alone, so thought less than thought. You had no idea that Dr. Buff was dead. That's why you didn't call the police. But if you passed right in front of the house, then you should have been able to see the body. Because there's a window there.
Objection!
Never mind. Guess that's not it. Am I thinking too far ahead of myself again? Whereas one of those earlier statements to get more details. I see. Well, that's what I get for thinking that I could just go without pressing every single thing. Why were you taking a walk? Society is inundated with serious problems that must be solved. And as a politician, I am always on the job, thinking hard about possible solutions, even on my walks. Thanks for the non-answer. While we live our comfy lives, there are starving children who suffer in the back alleys of our major cities. It's not me to ignore such suffering. The vote for me is a vote for end hunger, and for world peace. Yes, Mr. Attition Wimperson. We're all well aware of your outstanding character. Now, please continue with your testimony. Now I can practically hear my poll numbers surging. Now, on with my speech. After all, the voting public must be informed of the magnificence that is me. One piece of advice for Phoenix Wright games you remember from back when the series was new. If the case doesn't punish it, press everything. True.
Hold it!
Where exactly were you when you saw Mr. Rebel? Right here, under this tree. Okay, we got our answer now. I saw him dashing out of Dr. Buff's front door. And he didn't notice you? No, I was hidden by the tree. Is it really all that important to know from where the plaintiff saw Mr. Rebel? Yes, it is. I believe it matters a lot. I ask that it please be added to the witness's testimony. I was under this tree when I saw Mr. Rebel. Yep. Now we're golden.
Objection!
Boom. Yep, you saw the body through the window. Somehow didn't think to call the coppers. Why is that? Mr. Attition Wimperson, rather than Mr. Rebel, wasn't there something else that should have had your undivided attention? Like what? Oh, yes, of course. A politician must also keep his finger on the electorate's pulse. Sorry, but you're way off. I am? Would you care to explain, Mr. Justice? If the witness saw Mr. Rebel from that position here, then he should have also been able to see the doctor's body. After all, it was right next to a huge window.
Why, I believe you have a point there.
With the body that clearly visible to the witness, it's unthinkable that he wouldn't have reported it to the police. Ugh,
Would the witness care to respond? Okay. This ain't freshman year Spanish class.
Did he fall asleep?
Mr. Attition Wimperson. Mr. Attition Wimperson. Here. Oh, there are many sides to any issue.
What did I ever do to deserve this? In any case, I'd like the court to acknowledge the inconsistency in the witness's testimony. Mr. Attition Wimperson, did you really see Mr. Rebel?
Yes. That is all.
Where do you think you're going?
Oh, I thought I'd return to my seat, seeing as I had already answered my question.
This isn't some small town hall debate. So you just stay right there until I say we're through.
I'll have to run that by my campaign manager before I...
No. Mr. Attition Wimperson, I think it's time for you to come clean.
Huh? Huh?
So then, this means he didn't see Mr. Rebel? As your lawyer, Mr. Attition Wimperson, I advise you to divulge that matter we discussed. Silence is no longer an option.
Are you sure about this? I'm the Mr. running for office. I can't afford to let any strange rumors get out.
Don't worry. You won't suffer any blowback for what you're about to reveal.
Blowback? I'm not sure I like the sound of that, Mr. Wright.
Not to worry, Your Honor. Nothing untoward will come out of this, I promise. Now then, Mr. Justice. Remember how it was an anonymous caller that reported the doctor's death?
I was thinking it.
Emma, who was the first one to discover the body? About that. Whoever it was, seems they wanted to remain anonymous. Nani? It happens now and then. Some people would rather not get involved with the police. Wait, you're not saying that... Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. The anonymous source who contacted the police after discovering the body was... my client, Mr. Politician Wimperson. You don't say. So you see, he played his part as a concerned citizen. Quite admirably, if I may say so. Isn't that right?
Yes. Yes, indeed. In our society today, there are too many who choose indifference over righteous action. But I don't number among them. That's why I did my duty as a concerned citizen. One might call me the moral citizen, one worthy of standing above the rest.
What a real standard bearer he is, reporting it anonymously. Oh, by the way, Mr. Justice, wasn't there someone else at the scene of the crime when my client discovered the body? You mean Mr. Rebel? You would have been leaving the doctor's house right about then. Wait, that means... Yeah, it does. In short, that's what my client witnessed with Mr. Rebel fling... what my client witnessed was Mr. Rebel fleeing the scene of a heinous murder. Ugh. And that's not all. Based on what we've heard so far, Mr. Rebel looked exceedingly suspicious, and that's putting it mildly. You already know that flying dragons threaten the Doctor with bodily harm. Now that they've killed him, the so-called orb transfer agreement is null and void. They ain't looking good. Apollo, if we don't come up with some sort of counter-argument? And what sort of evidence do you have? Can you actually prove that it was Mr. Rebel who killed the Doctor? That move had desperate written all over it. It's all I've got, so I'm going with it. Evidence? I suppose it's true that I don't have any. I knew it! But I do have another witness. You do? You should know I always come fully prepared, Mr. Justice. I'm gonna call cap on that, Phoenix. And my new witness will provide testimony proving Mr. Rebel's guilt. No. A new witness? I wonder who it could be.
Very well. Bailiff, please summon our new witness. In the meantime, the court will take a brief recess. I would like both sides to use this time to prepare properly. Understood?
Wow. I knew Mr. Wright would put up a tough fight, but... yeah. Just when I thought we had him, he turned the tables on us. He really is the turnabout terror. Have we heard that moniker before? Or is this the first time we're hearing the TT? We can't let him blindside us again.
Looks like they got me again. 3 times in 1 year! That's a new record.
Dad, please. No more new records. Or bad puns while you're at it. It's hard enough trying to help you as it is.
Roger that. I'll be more careful next time.
Yes. Is what Mr. Wright said true? Did you really pay a visit to Dr. Bluff that night?
Sure did.
Can't remember the exact time, though.
All I know is he wouldn't hand over the orb.
Someone put in his head that we rebels were dangerous. That's why he threw me out. So the doctor was still alive when Dad last saw him. Ooh, okay. We still have a lot to prove it, though. Little bit new information, still alive when Dad's arrived. What that necessarily means, I have no idea. You better brace yourself, son. The next witness's testimony could make or break this case. Yeah, I know. Hey, where's Trucy? She went to go see her dad. Maybe she's still mad. More like worried. Worried that this trial will create a rift between you two. And that you might then leave the agency. She has an active imagination. Excuse me. The trial will be resuming shortly. Well, let's go see what the new testimony awaits us. It's come up a few times across many games in passing, you want to say? The turnabout terror, huh? Alright. Yep, we're all out of this. So, you know what that time is? We're an hour and a half in. But hey, when you run out of water, you run out of water. I gotta fill this thing up before these streams. And again, weather's getting warmer over here, so I gotta have more water. So yep, I'll go ahead and take care of my hydration. Everyone, you take your own pit stops, and when we reconvene, we'll take our own recess. See you after. everyone had a nice fruitful recess. We'll see how well it did for me. But we're now back in the courtroom, and what new witness has Phoenix prepared for us? Hopefully the right one.
All right, court is back in session. Mr. Wright, you said you had a witness?
Your Honor, I'd like to call the lone survivor of the doctor's murder to the stand. Wait, he can't mean that Sarge is here? You mean Dr. Buff's reclusive son? How did you get him to cooperate? Nothing a little persuasion couldn't handle. The poor child only agreed to help if it meant catching the killer. Getting a kid like that to overcome his fear, now that's impressive. This must be really important testimony for the kid to come out in public like this.
Very well, Mr. Wright. Please call your witness to the stand.
What do we got? Oh, naturally. He brought his drone. That's gonna be trials in the future, you know. Maybe. No, seems like a thing to say.
Oh, my! Sergeant Buff at your service, sir!
Here's the drone? Really?
Mr. Wright, what exactly is the meaning of this?
Past trauma has rendered it impossible for the witness to venture into public. Leaving home was hard enough. It seems leaving the witness lobby was just too much. But I would still like to continue with the testimony delivered via this drone.
I understand it must be terrible to lose one's father like that. But testimony via remote control toy? Well, let's take things for a spin and see how it goes. We've seen birds, we've seen orcas.
Just who's piloting this trial anyway? The judge sure warmed up to that idea fast. I think the phrase you're looking for is gave up.
You disappointed me, Corporal Justice!
I didn't see you, Overvetted. To think you had what? To think I once called you comrade?
Defending the man who killed Papa! That's full-on treason, soldier! I hereby demote you back to private!
Corporal? Private? What's he talking about, Apollo? It's the long story.
Now then, are you ready to testify, youngster? Locked and loaded, sir. Ready to rain lead down upon the perpetrator.
Do we have the name of the kid, or does he only call himself Sarge? I forget. What happened that evening?
Papa met with someone the night he died. I didn't have eyes on the ground, as I'd already mounted my siege offenses, but I did hear him arguing with someone in his study.
You do not have their name yet. Gotcha.
From my window, I saw the one designated Dats getting ejected from the premises. After that, the man lingered around the perimeter for some time. He must have regrouped and killed my papa in the study later. I just know it. So he was thrown out, but later returned to commit the murder, did he?
Yes, Your Honor. So the man my client saw really must have been the fleeing Mr. Rebel.
Objection! Right, you backstabbing no good. I didn't kill no one. It's the enemy! Ready all missiles and fire!
Whoa, 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 whoa!
Capitalist pig! I'll turn you into pork stroganoff!
Capitalist pig.
And that's just a taste of my ultimate anti-swine weapon!
Whoa, it fires missiles too?
Yes, well, the witness is all yours, Miss Justice.
Didn't have eyes on the ground, but the drone. Is that supposed to be a hint? How am I so in the night he died? Didn't have eyes on the ground. You know what? Press everything. Your father met with someone? Could you be more specific?
No, I was in the midst of a crucial defensive siege operation.
Right. You're referring to how you don't leave your room, correct?
You never know where the enemy might be lurking outside the siege perimeter.
What about, school?
No, I don't go to boot camp. I'm a soldier. A sergeant is associated with rookies still too green to fight.
With a kid like this, I bet Dr. Buff won't be getting any rest in the afterlife either.
It was very brave of you to come to the courthouse today. But what was that you said about the siege defense? Oh, that... well... I didn't have eyes on the ground, as I'd already mounted my siege defenses, but...
Sarge? I've always wondered, who or what are you battling?
Exclamation mark! Yeah, that's... classified.
Even so, it might be relevant to this case. I don't know if you're the right person to be asking about things like that. That's right. Such matters need to be handled with a certain delicacy. Oh, I guess curiosity got the better of me.
You're all talk and no action, soldier! Out on the battlefield, it ain't the number of pretty words in your repertoire, but the number of bullets in your gun belt that counts.
Easy for you to say. You're the one with all of them.
Would the witness please tell the court what he saw and heard that night? I did hear him arguing with someone in his study.
What was the argument about?
I heard things like, "Where's the orb?" and "Are you Defying Dragons really criminals?" It sounded really volatile, like a war might break out at any second.
So, the two of them had an argument when Dads came by to get the orb. Did you see or hear anything else?
Yes, I heard them arguing, and then silence. From my window, I saw the one designated Dance getting ejected from the premises.
How is Mr. Rebel acting?
Like a conquered trooper retreating with his tail between his legs.
A trooper? Well, I guess he does dress like he's in the military. I bet those two would really hit it off had they met under different circumstances. Yeah, I can see that.
And so the defeated soldier was expelled, but that wasn't the end. After that, the man lingered around the perimeter for some time.
This might be the sticking point. That does seem suspicious.
He kept hiding beneath trees and telephone poles, and stealing glances at our house.
Well, they couldn't exactly leave without the orb.
He was angry that he'd been kicked out. He must have regrouped and killed my papa in the city later. I just know it.
But don't you keep your front door unlocked? If so, then anyone could have gotten in.
That is true. Papa didn't keep our house locked up. He said there was no need because there were only good people in Khura'in village.
Yet he ended up dead anyway.
Only a monster could do what they did to my kind, trusting Papa. There will be no mercy. I vow swift and terrible vengeance. I'll carpet bomb the killer with everything in my arsenal. Fire! While I sympathize with you, witness, you will refrain from firing Gatling guns in this court.
So, Sarge saw Dad's too. And just when I thought things could get any worse, wonder why you hung around after being thrown out. Hate to say this, but if Dad's is proven to be the killer, we'll lose the orb to the plaintiff. So our only option is to prove that Defiant Dragons had nothing to do with the murder.
I mean, let me see. The thing is, why would he do that if this was the agreement? It would be very much against his best interest to not have him die, like, to keep him alive.
Objection!
But that's not exactly what we're looking at. I see. Must have regrouped and killed my papa in the study later, you know it, so... The orb transfer agreement says that I agree to hand over the Founder's orb to the Defiant Dragons if I will come to no harm. It just makes no sense that Dats would commit the murder if getting the orb was so important. So... You must have regrouped. So, this is just conjecture. The man lingered around the perimeter. That is the real sticking point. That is the point where we might want to look at the evidence to see what it points at. So, research notes. And this was Ashton saw the petition. One of the books is stained with coffee. This is the study photo. And I'm guessing this was taken after the fact. After studying, I mean, surely the study diagram wouldn't be it again. And the doctor's drone operated by the doctor's kid, equipped with a camera and a microphone. Yep. Sticking point is she's supposedly making... I think I might have given away a little something there with how you're phrasing your statements there. Witness claims that he said that it didn't have eyes on the scene after establishing siege defenses. I see. You didn't have eyes on the ground, he's already mounted your... So if you had already mounted your siege defense, then your drone would be up in the air, huh?
Objection!
Alright. I see.
Sarge, are you hiding something from me?
How dare you question your superior officer like that? You want to get in on the Stroganoff action with Pig Boy over there, soldier?
Sorry, I'm afraid lawyers are missile-proof.
But, Nani? Would the defense care to explain?
It's simple, Your Honor. Just as he is able to see what's happening in court right now, Sarge was able to see what was happening in the study then. With his cherished drone, of course.
Ah, now that you mention it. And to think, the answer was right before our eyes the whole time.
Sarge, you were perfectly capable of patrolling the study that night. So you must have seen something.
Yarn! Yah! I'm hit. What is this strange new weaponry you're using against me?
Courtroom warriors don't use guns or missiles because evidence is our weapon of choice. and the evidence has exposed your bald-faced lie. My truth bomb, Sarge, has stripped your defenses bare.
A truth bomb? No! Mayday, mayday! I'm going to... Oh, my? Are you alright? Evidence. Never have you seen such fearsome ordnance.
Tell us to us straight, Sarge. After all, you want to help your father, don't you?
Papa.
Yes, you want to find out who killed him, don't you? So please, tell us what you saw that night.
It's not what you think. I didn't see anything. I swear.
You sure? You seem awfully stressed for someone who didn't see anything. Well, the judge did say that there were no more Gatling guns, but he didn't say anything about missiles. Sarge, you need to answer my question.
Shut your pie-hole, maggot! It'll be a scorching day in Siberia before a lily private like you orders me around.
What's with him in Siberia, of all places? If a scorching day is what it'll take, maybe it's time to turn up the heat. Hey, Athena, you think a therapy session might help? Sarge has needed therapy far longer than this court case has been going on. Well, it could help alleviate some of his anxiety. Plus, I'm picking up a lot of discord in Sarge's voice. That usually means the patient wants to say something, but can't for some reason. And in Sarge's case, I imagine whatever's plaguing him is pretty severe. In that case, I leave it to you and your mood matrix magic. You got it! Your Honor, I believe I can be of help here.
Time for a therapy session, is it, Miss Sykes?
Yes. It will help the witness with his anxiety, maybe even enough to testify.
Then by all means, please bring the poor child out in the light of day. Oh, but I assume this will be all right with you, Mr. Wright.
Why not? Not like we all haven't been through this before.
What are you butting in for, lady? There ain't a place on the battlefield for you.
I beg to differ, Sarge. This G.I. Jane's always ready for a fight in the courtroom. Now wait until you see what I've got in my arsenal. Analytical psychology.
Those words had too many syllables. Apologize.
With it, I'm going to blow a big hole in the armor you've built around your heart.
Blah! First evidence, now analytical psychology. Where are these WMDs coming from? Well, if it's a battle you want, bring it on. You may have started this war, but I'm going to end it. Core Woman Sykes.
You got it, Sarge. Time to seek out the agony buried deep in your heart. Brace yourself. Here it comes. Time to get psychological.
I stayed in my room with my drone that evening. I heard Dad and Papa arguing with each other. Dad got kicked out, but I saw him hanging around outside. I was in my room, so I didn't know how Papa was dead until the next day.
Alright, let's actually look at the mood matrix here. So, you're sad. You're sad and surprised. Sad and surprised. I love how there's no XP for the real Sarge in there. It's just the drone is looking out the window. It's great. So, sad and surprise. So, how come you're always all sad all the time? I mean, is that the point, that you're always sad? You think if you were just doing your thing, that it would. If you're just doing your thing, you wouldn't be sad necessarily. Never mind. I guess this emotion isn't that out of place given the statement. Very important to look for emotional fluctuations. Oh, the fluctuations. Got it. Alright. So, normal. Normal. Let's see. Very sad. Very surprised. Extremely sad. Extremely surprised. And then your surprise goes down. I see. How come you're a little less surprised when you see your papa?
Got it.
That's strange. You reacted with shock when you discovered your father's body, yet you weren't nearly as shocked than when you saw Mr. Rebel. Normally, you'd expect the death of one's father to be much more impactful.
Enemy fire! Direct hit!
That is strange. Wonder what it could mean. Well, you know he wasn't as affected by his father's death as he should have been. And I think I know why.
Oh?
Sarge, you weren't as shocked to seeing your father's body as seeing Mr. Rebel because... Something else shocked you, you're scared of Mr. Rebel, you already seen his body. Sarge, maybe the truth is, you left your room that night, and that's when you saw it. Your father's body.
Nice, I no such thing!
Really? You didn't see his body? Alright then. What did you see?
Yeah.
Interesting. Look, Apollo, we lost some noise. So, just as I suspected, he really did see something. Sarge, please, tell us what you saw.
No, but... The moment I saw it, no, I couldn't bear it. I couldn't stand to lose yet another loved one.
Huh? Am I missing something here? Is that why you weren't very shocked when you found your father was dead? Because you already sensed that he was a goner somehow?
Maybe.
Please, Sarge. What was it you saw on the night of your father's murder?
Oh, yeah, I saw...
Oh. Uh-oh, looks like Sarge is about to... Looks like we're about to have a major fluctuation going on here. What's happening? I don't like where this is going.
No more, please.
Ah! Help!
What?
He took Widget!
I've confiscated your little toy. The battlefield has no place for unauthorized equipment.
Widget! Apollo, I can't continue the session without him.
Calm yourself this instant, witness. I hereby order you to submit your therapy session. What in the blazes? Oh no. Sarge has too much power. Look at me. I'm judge, jury, and executioner now. I hereby convene a military tribunal.
Boy, you keep on talking about Dr. Buff, who is the kleptomaniac, yet
Sarge is going around snatching.
Whoa, whoa. This has gone way too far.
Bailiff! Arrest that drown this instant! Stop resisting! Ah! If you don't come quietly, I'll... Ow!
You push it back, Wright. Ah!
Well, that was a lot of carnage on a white background. I feel like we could use a little bit of in-engine animation. Just a little bit.
Whew. Finally got him back. Nice work.
This witness is truly a handful. Oh, up, 2, 3, 4.
Ms. Sykes, what's the witness's current psychological state? Let's see. He's emotionally all over the map. So, his out-of-control emotions are in control of him, huh? Does that mean we can calm him down? We can figure out the root cause?
Yep.
So let's see what we can find. Sarge, can you hear me?
Is that you, core woman Sykes?
I'm here. Now, I want you to take a few deep breaths. Just try to relax. Try it with me. Breathe in. Breathe out. Breathe in. Breathe out. Chat, breathe in and breathe out.
In, out, in, out.
And now, let your emotions take you where they will. Go on. Just let it all out.
All forces, attack!
That's the least relaxing breathing exercise I've ever seen.
Oh, here it is. Dance was still hanging around after he got kicked out when? I heard more fighting. Oh, wait.
Was still hanging around after he got kicked out when? You heard more fighting, you got worried about Papa. Oh, there's more fighting. So, was it Dad's or was it someone else?
So I left my room, but suddenly, I got dizzy and passed out. I remember a flame lighting up the room, and Papa grinning with delight. That's when he must have been killed, if only I hadn't passed out.
Okay. Wait, what? Papa grinning with delight? A flame lighting up the room?
What is this testimony?
That's when he must have been killed, if only I hadn't passed out. Seeing it's either the flame or it's your Papa's grin. Flames, Dr. Buff.
Got it!
No. No. Doesn't seem to be the cause of his current emotional state. Person's personality and past shapes their emotional responses. Say everything you know about Sarge, that's where you'll find the clues you need. Everything I know about Sarge. You got dizzy and passed out. Why'd you get dizzy and pass out then? I'm guessing no? Nope. Something caused you to get dizzy and pass out. So it might be the flame after all.
Got it!
Yeah, I figured. Once again, the very first thing I guess, and I don't go straight for it. Classic. That's it. Sarge, you were overcome with shock and fear when you saw those flames, weren't you?
was I?
Yes, just 6 months ago, you and your mother were caught up in an art... That's right. That is the backstory. For some reason, in between the last stream and this one, all out of my head. So it's no wonder you'd be extremely scared of fire.
Yes, that does make sense.
And maybe, just maybe, your subconscious fear of fire was what caused you to withdraw from the world.
What do you mean, Khura'in Sykes?
In the outside world, you were bound to come across all sorts of fire. Candles, cigarettes, heck, even the grill at a diner. Even if it's not that often, just the idea that you might see them grew bigger and bigger until you couldn't shut it out.
Exclamation mark! I think you might be onto something. Candles, cigarettes. Just thinking about them sends a chill down my spine.
Wow, the things I take for granted.
Now I see. I was afraid. Afraid of the fire. Strange. I didn't even realize it myself.
About that fire, Sarge, can you tell me what it was burning? Just stay calm, and maybe something will come to you.
Oh, No! I'm starting to remember. It was... It was that relic! That relic Papa was studying. It was on fire!
The orb was on fire?
Mm-hmm. It's still kind of fuzzy. But yes, the orb was burning right in front of Papa. And there, in the flames, was... Mama? Yes, now I remember. I saw Mama up here amid the dancing flames.
Oh? Does the orb allow you to commune with the deceased? But, what? Oh, that doesn't look like any sort of nice communal. Doesn't look like he was having a nice afterlife chat with her. What's going on here? Maybe it's a memory from the fire that killed his mother. It may be confusing with what really happened when his father died. So let me guess. More therapy? Yep. This time, seems there's an inconsistency in his statements. And I think we should be able to prove it with evidence at hand. Sorta, yeah? There may be a wide reach with that sorta. I hope this inconsistency is the key to proving that this relic really is the Founder's orb. Alright, we got kicked out. More fighting. He got worried about Papa. Left this room. We got dizzy and passed out. A flame lighting up the room and Papa grinning with delight. The relic was on fire and I saw Mama's face inside. That's when Papa must have been killed. If only I hadn't passed out. An inconsistency, you say? Man, this image is metal as heck. That sorta is a tool that will come in handy later. Nice, eh? So, this really is the only thing. This really is the only new piece of testimony. And yeah, that's when Papa must have been killed if only he hadn't passed out. Okay. Then, if he was hit with the orb in his hand, then where's the orb in the in the crime scene. If that's what we're trying to press here.
Objection!
Nope, that ain't it. We still don't know where the orb is. Oh, wait. It was... Yeah, where did the orb go? Oh, no. Wait. The orb was found in an underground cave. Yeah. Yeah, it was the relic was on fire. And we found this orb in a cave. The doctor hid it in the ruins before his untimely death. So the question is now, I think that goes a little bit more into that whole theory that the orb and the crystal are two separate things.
Objection!
Wait, what? That's not the inconsistency. But it was... The doctor hid it in the ruins before his untimely death. Is it this statement that I press it on?
Objection!
There we go. Right conclusion, wrong statement. An Ace Attorney classic. Don't blame yourself, Sarge. After all, even if you hadn't passed out, the outcome would have been the same. What do you mean? I'm talking about the time of death. Your father wasn't killed right after you left your room.
What? Explain yourself at once, Private Justice!
You said you saw your father burning the orb, right? But that night, he went out to hide it in a cave. So, what you saw, Sarge, was something that happened before your father left to hide the orb.
Ugh!
So you see, you didn't pass out right before he was killed. You passed out right before he left for the cave to hide the orb in the ruins within.
So, even if I hadn't passed out...
That's right. The outcome would have been exactly the same. That's because your father, Dr. Buff, was killed after he returned from the ruins. And therefore, Sarge, there's no need for you to blame yourself.
Oh. I... see. Private Justice. Can you really say I bear no blame in this?
Why do you ask?
Because the truth is, if I hadn't engaged in my siege defense, Papa would still be alive.
Sarge.
Papa wished nothing more than for me to lead a happy, healthy life. That's why he quit his job and moved us out, away from the big city. But even then, I didn't have the courage to set foot into the outside world. And in the end, I failed to make Papa's wish come true.
I don't know if that whole thing tracks, but the logic is there. Especially when packed with emotions. Sarge? If you want to make your father's wish come true, if that's what you really want, then who's to say it's too late? Why don't you take that first step now?
My first step?
That's right. You can cast off all your regret. you can stop standing still and start moving forward. You have the power within you. I know from experience. I know what it's like to feel like you do. But only you can decide to take that first step. If you don't change your tactics now, Sarge, the victory you seek in the war you're waging will always lie beyond your grasp. We're getting into some heavy and relatable stuff right now. I think I understand now. I've made up my mind. As of this moment, I will suspend my siege defense indefinitely. Are we finally gonna see? Oh, the Sarge underneath. What a fierce one, ain't she? Huh? Sergeant Buff, reporting for duty. Nani? I thought you were a guy. You're definitely not a gruff drill sergeant I envisioned. Well, my mama was in the Russian army. I was just as shocked, but certainly explained a few things when I found out too. Yeah, this isn't so much of a surprise because chat helped me bridge that one. May I introduce you to Miss Army Buff, age 12. Army. In your head, her mom is Balalaika. Is that an established character, or just a cool name? No way. Careful, soldier. Don't forget I could blow you away at a moment's notice. She's just too cute. So, have you always been in a wheelchair, Sarge? Negative. Only since I was injured. In the fire.
Your voice sounds awfully different from before. Hell yeah.
My drone features a voice modulation device. It's just one of my army's many technological marvels.
Well, you fooled me. I thought some 20-something military fanatic was at the controls.
If it's all the same to you, troops, I'd like to continue my testimony. I've just remembered something, and it's crisp and clear as a trumpet at roll call. What did you remember? I wasn't my mother who appeared in the burning orb. It was some lady Papa had shown me a picture of a long time ago. He said it was the Holy Mother, the founder of Khura'in. Well. That was a sharp curve back into the main plot line. Black Lagoon character. Let's see here. Black Lagoon, Balalaika. Of course, AI wouldn't be able to pick up on that one. Balalaika. I can see it. Doesn't sound like that's the Crystal of Ami-Fae. Exactly. That is the sort of terrible power that the Orb of the Founder would contain. the true face of the Holy Mother, one of the most closely guarded secrets. I mean, so closely guarded that nobody even knows it. She appeared right there, right in the burning orb. Huh? What did you just say? So, was it her face, or her faceless visage? And in that case, if he saw the face, then I can see how any devout Khura'inist would want to, take out anybody who had seen it. The Holy Mother of Khura'inism was in the burning orb? What does that even mean? I have a bad feeling about this. Could it be? Could this explain what Sarge means by the Holy Mother appearing in the burning orb? The Holy Mother appearing in the burning orb? Oh, research notes? Dr. Buff's research notes? What do they have to do with this? Look at this! The burning orb, the appearance of the founder, this part points to both. Offer thy prayers as fervent as fire, only then shall the Holy Mother return, descending upon us all in her glory, the fire of the greatest power.
Take that!
There's a legend about the orb involving a mysterious riddle, and this song in turn is said to contain the key to solving it. If the legend is true, then I believe the answer lies in this part of the song. Offer thy prayers as fervent as fire, only then shall the Holy Mother return. Well, anyone see where I'm going with this? Prayers as fervent as fire. Ugh! You're supposed to set the orb on fire? The whole stanza seems to suggest the founder will appear if the orb is set on fire. Wait, so the doctor, he... Yes, Athena. He solved the ancient riddle of the founder's orb!
Oh my!
He learned a little bit too much, did he? Papa was a great archaeologist, so I believe in him, and I want to believe. I want to believe he achieved his long-time dream of solving that riddle before he died. Well, we'll know for sure until we try it ourselves. Yes, do it, Private Justice, please. I want to see what Papa was searching for with my own eyes. The plaintiff must object to this.
Objection!
The plaintiff will stand down and be quiet. Whoa! Look at Apollo at that spine.
Objection!
You don't have a right to set a precious relic like that on fire.
Objection!
Oh, but I do. All I needed was Sarge's permission. Since we still don't know if this treasure is the Founder's Orb or the Crystal of Amife, any ownership rights the Doctor had now belong to his daughter. Feels kind of sus Phoenix is objecting to this. I wonder if whatever... Because the orb was lit on fire, and then the professor was killed. Who's to say the same thing isn't going to happen here today? Therefore, you have absolutely no right to stop us.
Very well, Mr. Justice. I never thought I'd be saying this, but you may burn the evidence. There's a first for everything.
All right, here we go. Time to use that lighter. Oh, there it is. Our in-engine animations. Should have been one of those Naxa lighters. Look! Apollo, the inside of the orb, it's melting. There's something in there. Uh-oh. It's the Holy Mother with a face. And now we are all marked men and women. Dirk! Isn't she... Her garb leaves no room for doubt. It's the founder herself. Face and all. I don't understand. This entire case is Apollo's time to shine? Most certainly. Athena Trilogy when? Black Quill-centric investigations? My god! We need a Black Quill Ace Attorney investigations. We need one where Black Quill is doing the investigations, and like Edgeworth is some kind of overseer to it. That would be too much power. The greatest of taboos in Khura'ism is the depiction of the Founder's face. Yet, here it is, hidden within this orb. The question is, where are we gonna go from here? We're gonna go places. I betcha we're gonna go places. We've been crawling compared to what's about to happen, I'm guessing. Sorry, Mr. Wright, but as you can see, the issue is crystal clear. The figure of the Holy Mother, founder of Khura'ism. And based on that, this must be none other than the Founder's Orb.
Objection!
Be that as it may, Mr. Rebel still may have killed the Doctor. If so, it would render the orb transfer agreement null and void. Don't play dumb, Mr. Wright. The truth of the matter has already been proven. Dr. Buff wasn't killed right after Sarge saw Mr. Rebel. It happened after the Doctor came back from hiding the orb. And you have no proof that Mr. Rebel was still around at the time. No. Your claim that the Defiant Dragons were behind the crime doesn't hold water. And that means the orb transfer agreement is still perfectly valid. So this is what it's like to be a prosecutor, just grinding Phoenix into the ground. Admit it, Mr. Wright. I just burned your whole case to the ground. Oh no! Alright. The question is, why is Phoenix wigging out about this? If the truth has been revealed, you'd think Phoenix would be okay with it. However, you know that whenever Phoenix is not exactly on the same side as Apollo, and not the other way around, something's going on. Phoenix knows something, and he was working hard to make sure the truth didn't get out, or that the way the truth got out was in a controlled way. I don't know. But this did not go according to Phoenix's gambit, and now things are gonna get a whole lot worse before they get better. I won? I actually won?
Mr. Wright, would you care to respond?
Respond? I didn't think so. Wait, did we just win? Did we actually beat the Turnabout Terror? You're amazing, Apollo!
Don't just stand there, Wright. Do something!
Well, I don't think there's any digging out of this hole. Mr. Attition Wimperson, I think it's time for your concession speech. I've proven beyond a shadow of doubt that this is the Founder's Orb. It's an orb, and the Founder is right there. The facts don't lie, but you obviously do. How's that for a campaign slogan?
Why, you contemptuous peasant! I think this is a good time to wrap up this trial. If both parties have no further objections, I will render my verdict.
No objections here, Your Honor. No,
You can't do this. The crystal is mine! I'll lose the election if I lose that crystal!
I'm sorry, but there's really nothing more I can do. You haven't forgotten about our little chat, have you? Is Maya being held hostage? I don't know why I think that's the case, but it just feels like that's what's going on. Phoenix took the case because the would-be mayor, the local aristocrat, probably arranged for Maya or someone else to be held hostage. What's going on here?
Objection!
Your Honor, I object to the defense's last claim. What? I don't believe they have truly proven that the relic is indeed the Founder's Orb.
Objection!
Mr. Wright, I don't think even you could bluff your way out of this one. What possible argument could you have to claim that this isn't the Founder's Orb? About that? Oh, of course. Phoenix just dug around in his court record, and he had just saved and loaded several times before he found something. He can't possibly have hit on something. The defense's assertion is incomplete, and this is why. Their claim that this relic is the Founder's Orb is based on legend, and that legend claims that the Founder will return when the riddle is solved at last. Right? And that's what happened. The Founder was revealed for all to see. But Mr. Justice, what about the rest of the legend? Nani? According to the legend, once the Founder returned, she would bestow spiritual power onto the person who solved the riddle. You're kidding, right? Well, Mr. Justice, do you feel great spiritual power coursing through your veins? No. But receiving spiritual powers and stuff, it's all just mystic mumbo-jumbo, right? Maybe so, but you're the one basing your claim on said legend. And what we saw here does not fully fulfill it, does it? No, but... Consequently, you cannot rightfully claim that this is the Founder's Orb. Politician knows that he isn't losing, so he just dozes off. What's gotten into him? Why is Mr. Wright doing this?
It would appear that Mr. Wright has lost a few of his marbles.
That couldn't be further from the truth, Your Honor.
In any case, I believe this is a good time for a recess. Both sides will have 20 minutes to prepare. I ask that all arguments be ready by then. Oh, and Mr. Wright, You do well to wash up and find your missing marbles by then, too. Alright, that's recess number 2. Is there just this one trial sequence, or... No, there can't be. I mean, we've had long trial sequences before, so... And this is the last trial in the case, so... This is the last case, so no. Mr. Wright sure is acting funny. I mean, he's famous for going on a lib. The last assertion was just plain crazy. It's either a bluff or a Hail Mary. Either way, doesn't make much sense. Maybe there's something we're missing here. Although he seemed perfectly normal when we spoke earlier. Apollo, I have a bad feeling about this. I'm gonna check up on him. Well, that certainly is a definitive answer. What, are we gonna get 3? Just this last bit of trial to go. Yeah. And then things are gonna take a swerve, and then we have 3 whole other trials to go. Or 2 whole other trials to go. What's going on with you, Mr. Wright? Hey, Private Justice. Last bit of trial to go, and then you move into drama? Okay. Oh, Sarge. I forgot to mention something. On the night of Papa's murder, a strange thing happened. Oh? But why are you only telling me about it now? Well, I didn't say anything before because I thought Papa's death was an accident. But now that we know otherwise, I figured it might be important. There's still more to this case? Break after trial because day 2 investigation is chunky. Okay. Sounds like a plan. When I left my room and lost consciousness, I passed out right here. That's right above the coffee bar. Mm-hmm. But when I came to, someone was pushing my wheelchair. What? I was so scared, I beat a hasty retreat, as fast as my wheels could take me. Do you know who it was? No. It was pitch black. But I fled to my room so fast, I didn't even have a chance to turn on the lights. Maybe it was your father. No, he would have said something to me. Besides, I'd have known if it was him. So then, it could have been your father's real killer. My thoughts exactly. But you didn't report this to the police? It didn't even occur to me. It's okay. You're obviously still upset, so don't beat yourself up over it. Apollo, this could be really important information. I think the act of pushing Sarge's wheelchair could be part of some bigger scheme. It's hard to see why else the killer would have done such a thing. I guess I should take her statement down as evidence. Oh, welcome back, Athena. Was she turned away real quickly? What's with the long face? How'd it go with Mr. Wright? What should I... Athena? Oh, sorry. Zoned out there for a sec. The recess is almost over, so let's go! What was that all about? So, I'm guessing Phoenix told her what's going on, and now she's in the know, but the only person who can't know is Apollo. But what exactly is going on? 10 to 15 hours long? Yeah, that's like
That's like 4 streams worth. Sheesh. But we've gone 4 streams on a single case, haven't we? Have we? Hard to remember. I just remember that, is a chunky boy.
Alright, court is, once again, back in session. Now, Mr. Wright, about that last objection you raised.
We, the plaintiffs, still believe that the defense has yet to sufficiently prove its case. They claim that, according to legend, the Founder's Orb would bestow spiritual power, yet the relic in question has failed to do so. Therefore, it has failed its own test.
I see.
No, I'm surprised that argument hasn't been used more often. Just the bad faith. Nope, nuh-uh. I'm surprised people don't say nuh-uh more often in Ace Attorney. You have 3 investigations after this. And 3 trials? Or just, in some cases, multiple investigations in a row? Nope. 1 trial, multiple in a row. It'll make sense. Sure. So it's just like, so we'll have an investigation, and then once the investigation is over, stuff goes down, and then after that stuff goes down, instead of going to another trial, we go into another investigation based off of that stuff that goes down. You sticking with that ridiculous argument? Furthermore, even if it is the Founder's Orb, it can't be awarded to the Defiant Dragons. After all, they were the ones who killed Dr. Buff. What are you talking about? That was already proven to be false. There are no grounds for asserting the Defiant Dragons murdered the Doctor. It'll make sense. Looking forward to it. Oh, but I'm afraid there are, Mr. Justice. Your Honor, I would like to present new testimony to this court. Testimony that will show that That's a Rebel did in fact kill Dr. Buff. What?
Very well. You may call your witness.
I guess Mr. Wright found another new angle. What new testimony could there be this late in the game? Late in the game? Okay. Sure, we're late in the game. Gotcha.
Fellow citizens, it is I, politician, the once and future representative of the people.
Jeez, not him again. My client divulged new information to me during the recess. He remembered something he saw, you see. Something crucial to this case. How very convenient.
It's around 11 at night. I was out in a mobile meet and greet around the village. That's when I saw Dr. Buff being murdered from outside his study window. Mr. Rebel snuck up from behind and struck him on the head. His weapon of choice? A suitcase. A big, strong man like him could easily swing a heavy suitcase into someone's head.
Was there any blood on the actual suitcase?
I only just see this murder weapon.
You saw the murder as it happened? And you're just telling us now because...
I saved the best for last. It's a tactic known to all political greats.
The murder weapon was a complete mystery. My client's eyewitness account has finally brought it into the light.
According to the autopsy report, Mr. Buff was struck in the head by the corner of some object. I suppose that could very well be the corner of a suitcase.
But eyewitness testimony isn't the same as hard evidence. Oh, I wouldn't worry about that if I were you. What's that supposed to mean? We have physical evidence too. A luminol test revealed. Well, there you go. The doctor's blood on Mr. O'Rebel's suitcase. Really? How does it prove Mr. O'Rebel used it as a weapon?
Objection!
You should know the answer to that, Mr. Justice. Since you know as well as I that the suitcase is covered in his fingerprints. I forgot we dusted it right in front of Emma. The turnabout terror strikes again.
This is quite convincing testimony and evidence. Nevertheless, you may proceed with your cross-examination, Mr. Justice.
At this rate, with how many episodes this is going to take, this counts as our long-form game. He was around 11 at night, now is out on a mobile meet and greet around the village.
Hold it!
You're on a so-called mobile meet and greet at 11 at night? That's right. It was the perfect time because everyone is at home. You should have seen how the villagers' eyes teared up when they heard what I had to say. The tears of frustration, no doubt. You weren't riding around in your palanquin? That's right. Some village idiot reported me to the police. I've been banned from using it after dark. No wonder. Well, with all the noise he makes. So what exactly do you see, then? Talked about being murdered from outside his study window. Sounds like you witnessed something rather shocking. Indeed! No, I didn't even believe it at first. No, I mean, a vicious murder in Khura'in. There haven't been many murders there, I take it. If I'm elected, I promise you that such a terrible tragedy will never happen again. A vote for me is a vote to banish murder forever from our beloved Khura'in village. Yeah, good luck with that.
Mr. Attition Wimperson, please tell the court what you saw at the scene of the crime.
Mr. Rebel snuck up from behind and struck him in the head. He snuck up from behind? So you're saying the doctor never even realized Mr. Rebel was there?
That's right. He was utterly absorbed in a book.
I see. What did you see Mr. Rebel do next?
He climbed up the bookshelf ladder and dumped a bunch of books down on his body. I believe he was trying to make it look like an accident. But that idiot didn't realize I could see everything from outside the window.
One of those statements doesn't feel right. Your Honor, I believe the witness made an important statement just now about how Dats is an idiot. About how the scene was clearly visible? The doctor was reading a book. I don't think it's about how Dats is an idiot. Something tells me that's not it. So the crime was clearly visible. Here's the thing, though. Because based off of the angle here, then Buff was right in front of the window, which means whoever hit him was behind the bookcase. So I'm saying that it's going to be that the crime is clearly visible. If the crime was visible through the window, that's earth-shattering testimony.
Is it? Because to my ears, it sounds like a rather obvious fact.
Oh, sorry, I'm good then. What?
Very well. Will the witness please continue with his testimony?
Wait, what? Yeah, it's the book reading. How's it the book reading? Well, I guess we will, we'll see. The doctor was reading the book at the time of the murder. That's vital testimony.
Very well. Witness will please add that statement to his testimony.
Interesting. Does it have to do with the book that has blood on it?
The doctor was standing in front of the bookshelves, absorbed in a book.
I don't know where we're going with this.
Objection!
Oh, never mind.
I thought we were going to object to that, but let's see here. Well, what happens if I, do I get the option? You watched a murderer commit his crime and did nothing to stop it? That doesn't sound like a good way to score points to the voting public.
I'm a politician, not a superhero. I'm under no obligation to risk life and limb.
He sure is quick to deny his obligations when there's nothing in it for him. I'm getting tired of listening to his endless campaigning and flimsy rationalizations. About your testimony, Mr. Ashton Wimberson. You said Mr. Rebel struck the doctor from behind while he was absorbed in a book. Yes, that's exactly what happened. Okay, clearly this is the sticking point. But what do we do with this? The doctor was standing in front of a bookshelf, absorbed in a book. Let's see. So it's not this. I already presented this. Study diagram. Orb transfer agreement. Drone. Email. Nah, that one. They were found on his desk. Holy crap.
Objection!
Hell yeah, brother.
Yeah, they were found on his desk at the crime scene. They would have been on his person at the time. The doctor was standing in front of the bookshelves, absorbed of a book, you say? I'm sorry, but it seems your testimony is completely unreliable.
That's quite a bold statement. Well, let's hear you back it up.
My source says I made it up.
I challenge you to prove that I am anything but 100% reliable.
It would be my pleasure. Lately, it seems the doctor's eyes had gotten so bad, he needed reading glasses. However, his reading glasses were over on his desk. So you see, there's no way he could have been reading in front of the bookshelves. I'm sorry, Mr. Attition Wimperson, but I'm gonna have to ask you to explain this discrepancy to the voting public. My source is you made it up. That's too good. You what?
Yeah, I'll explain it, you rowdy cur. I simply made a mistake, you see. The doctor was actually sitting at his desk when Mr. Rebel hit him over the head.
Then the doctor would have been facing him. Surely he would have seen him and tried to run.
Dr. Buff was nodding off. I could tell because his eyes were closed, but he wasn't moving.
Sounds more like what you would do. How do you explain the fact that he was struck in the back of the head? Isn't that something that should be impossible from the front of the desk?
Oh, about that. He bowed his head when he nodded off. That's when he was clobbered. So that's what you saw. Well, Mr. Justice, that sounds like a perfectly reasonable explanation to me.
Yes,
It certainly didn't sound like it was cobbled together or anything. Oh, no. Do you have a problem with a proposal that the doctor was struck while nodding off?
Do I have a problem with it? I mean... Actually... Maybe that's how he got the coffee on his book. But still, at the same time, clearly he got bonked somewhere in this vicinity, not on his desk. There is a problem. A very big problem. The witness's statement doesn't hold up under the slightest bit of scrutiny.
Is that so? And will you please show this court what evidence you have to justify this?
Gladly, Your Honor. This shows the problem with the witness's claim that he saw the doctor nodding off. It's, oh, the coffee, I guess.
Take that!
Nope. One of these days, that crime scene photo is gonna be it. But what would prove that he wasn't nodding off? Oh, no, shut up.
Take that!
A diagram of the study?
Mr. Attition Wimperson allegedly viewed the murder from here. Yeah, it's the fact that there's a bookshelf in front of the desk, and they even took care to point it out. Yeah, he has a little bit of privacy while he's sitting at his desk, so there you go. The doctor was allegedly nodding off. Here. But from his vantage point, the bookcase would have blocked the witness's line of sight.
Why, yes, I believe you're right. But,
Objection!
The fact remains, my client knew that the suitcase was the murder weapon, so he definitely has first-hand knowledge of the crime scene. I'm afraid I'll have to agree with you there, Mr. Wright. But then we have to ask ourselves, from what vantage point did he see the murder? What are you insinuating, Mr. Justice? From what vantage point could Mr. Attition Wimperson have seen the dozing doctor? Once we determine that, I believe we'll finally see the truth behind this incident. Witness saw the murder from right here. Where, coincidentally...
Take that!
Yep. You gotta be kidding!
but that's...
Yep. It is indeed. But everything only makes sense if the witness was there in the study. Inside the study? But that's the scene of the crime. I know. Mr. Attition Wimperson, the man who claims to be a witness to the murder, was most certainly in that very room. Apollo, are you suggesting... Mr. Attition Wimperson, weren't you the one who actually swung that suitcase?
Objection!
Yeah, what you're proposing is ludicrous. My client is a small, thin man, whereas Mr. Rebel has the musculature to pull it off. He has a point. Mr. Wimperson is quite the Wimperson. The wimp person. I gave up trying to lift that thing after one go.
That's right! He's the only one who could have lifted such a heavy object. Now do you understand? A rebel, that's a rebel, is the doctor's killer.
As long as the suitcase is the murder weapon, The suspicion falls entirely on Dats. You have to poke a hole in Mr. Wright's argument somehow, Apollo. Oh, I will. And with his own technique, no less. If Mr. Attition Wimperson couldn't swing the suitcase around, we'll just have to consider another way he could have used it as a murder weapon instead. I'm going to turn this case on its head, Mr. Wright, just like you taught me. You talk big, Mr. Justice, but you have what it takes?
Well, this should be interesting.
Mr. Attition Wimperson's testimony has been filled with one inaccuracy after another. First he stated that Dr. Buff was in front of the bookshelves. Now he claims the doctor was sitting at his desk. So where was the victim really when he was killed? Also, where was his killer, and how was the murder weapon really used?
So, the important thing here is the position of the victim and the killer relative to each other.
Yes, Your Honor. If they were positioned in a certain way, it would be possible to use the suitcase as a weapon without lifting a finger. You can't mean... I would ask the court to recall the study's layout. It's quite distinctive, as you can see. Now, if Dr. Buff were sitting in a certain spot, and his killer was at a certain other spot, the suitcase would become a weapon anyone could use. I think I've got it.
Very well, Mr. Justice. Where was Dr. Buff's killer at the time of the crime?
Well, just like I said before, up here.
Take that!
There.
Oh, that's... This should wrap things up nice and pretty for you, Mr. Wright. I would ask the court to recall the study's layout, but this time, instead of thinking in 2 dimensions, let's think in 3. Only then can we clearly see the killer's method at work.
Whoa! It's coming straight at me!
I'm sure that this looked wild on the 3DS.
Turn up that 3D slider, ladies and gentlemen.
The killer didn't have to swing the suitcase. If he used gravity to his advantage, that is. That's right. It was the plaintiff, one politician Wimperson, who used the suitcase. He pushed it from the 2nd floor and sent it hurtling down onto Dr. Buff, who was sitting at the coffee bar. It was? Well, there you go. We have witness testimony that the 3D diorama was indeed awesome. The psychology book had been at the coffee bar, no doubt. The doctor must have set it down there after he finished reading it, or the like. But his blood got on it, which is why the killer thought to hide it in that mountain of books. That's quite an entertaining theory you have there, Mr. Justice. There's no evidence that the murder took place at the coffee bar. It's finally time. I was looking like 5 objections ahead, but I think it's finally the time that we use the crime scene photo. I'm not sure about that, Mr. Wright. I'd say that evidence of the murder occurring in the coffee bar exists. The evidence does exist, and I'm going to show you. You are? This right here is proof that the murder took place at the coffee bar. Pow! Ha-ha! Maybe I was like 7 or even 15 objections behind, or ahead. This brown stain was determined to be coffee. What's more, it was still a bit damp when we saw it yesterday morning. One look at this book speaks volumes, I'm afraid, Mr. Wright. It tells us the doctor was having a cup of coffee at the coffee bar. That's when the suitcase came hurtling down, striking him on the head, causing both his blood and his coffee to spatter onto it. Well, Mr. Attition Wimperson. Whoa. What motive could I have possibly had to kill Dr. Buff? And there it is, the final excuse cornered killers are so fond of. Well, the doctor never returned your crystal to you, did he? Instead, he hid it in the cave ruins. Telling him that the Defiant Dragons were a dangerous bunch was a huge blunder. All it did was make him hide the orb. Your lie came back to bite you in the end. Even worse, the doctor saw the news reports, so he knew the relic was the Founder's orb. Being the conscientious researcher he was, he knew he had to return it to its rightful place. And that meant keeping it out of your hands. You were so angry that he refused to return the relic to you that you killed him with your own hands! Isn't that right, Mr. Attition Wimperson? Oh, yep, that placard is getting more and more messed up. Yeah, that is... Apollo! Please don't accuse my client of murder. He said Apollo, not Mr. Justice. That smooth operator just sailed away. Huh? What do you mean, don't accuse him? Why would you even say that, Mr. Wright? What I meant was, he's a promising politician with a bright future ahead. Oh my god. The wine just keeps on getting finer. Good lord. It's in our nation's best interest to avoid burdening him with the taint of a scandal. Say what? Yes. That's good. Right? You better do something to change the current courtroom climate. Or I'll be charged with murder. And you know what will happen to her if that happens. What's he talking about? Well, I can ponder that later. For now, Mr. Wright, you can't possibly believe that Mr. Rebel is the killer. Are you going to send an innocent man to prison? I thought you were better than that. Nick is serving as Wimpy's defense under duress. Oh, yes. Clear as daylight, or crystal. Well, Mr. Wright, answer me! Uh-oh. The Phoenix Wright crash out. Mr. Wright? What in the world is going on here? If you won't say anything, then... Mr. Attition Wimperson, the defense... Apollo, wait. You too, Athena. It's just, I wasn't sure whether I should say anything, but during that last recess, when I went to check on Mr. Wright, I overheard something I shouldn't have. I trust Maya is unharmed, and the truth comes out. I can't really say, but just remember, if I'm arrested or fail to obtain the treasure, there will be consequences. Consequences of the worst kind, if you catch my drift. Relax! All you have to do is ensure I get my hands on that relic. I must deliver it to my benefactor at all costs. What do they want that relic for, anyway? It has something to do with an old legend. My patron seeks a great power said to be granted whoever solves its secrets. Maya? As in, Maya Fey? Yes, the boss's legendary former assistant. And waifu in waiting, you can say it. Ms. Fey's being held hostage? So it seems. Why didn't you tell me as soon as you heard this? Sorry, it's just Mr. Wright spotted me before I could slip away and made me promise not to tell you. He said it would make things more difficult if you found out.
As if things aren't already hard enough.
So, that's why Mr. Wright was acting so strange. I had no idea. This must have been excruciating for him. Think, Justice. There's got to be something you can do.
Mr. Justice, about that last statement of yours, I believe you were in the middle of accusing the plaintiff of murdering Dr. Buff, even. Would you care to continue?
I'm sorry, Apollo. I'm really, really sorry.
What's gotten into you two?
If I accuse that slime bag, I put Miss Fey's life in jeopardy. It seems you finally caught on. I'm far too important to be accused of murder. After all, our nation's future rests squarely on my shoulders. Either I give up or... he's doing his arrogance. Once I present the crystal to my patron, my victory is assured. Then one day, I'll become president, and then king.
I'll have every politician at my command! Now, retract your accusation. I can't kowtow to him, but...
The defense would... It would like to retract...
Who's this?
Oh, it was Dirk. I'm like, was that Von Karma? What? Well, who did that deep voice belong to? And it belonged to Dirk. Apollo. Dirk? I don't know what's going on here, but a lawyer should never look the way you do right now, with defeat and resignation written all over your face.
A dragon never yields.
Dirk is gonna take the fall. Even when wounded, a dragon bites down hard and never lets go till its dying breath. Well, it glares, it roars, it lashes its jaws firmly onto its prey till the bitter end. That's what lawyers do to get to the truth. Dirk, the dragon never yields. He's right. It's all over if I give up now. If Mr. Wright's hands are tied, it's up to me to do what must be done. He saved my neck so many times. Now, it's my turn to save his. Dirk, thanks for that wake-up call. Now that's the face of a lawyer you've got there, son. If there's a will, there's a way. And I'm going to find the way to save Ms. Fey and see that justice is served. Oh, we're gonna brain blast, okay. That scumbag is holding Ms. Fey hostage to ensure he gets the orb for his patron. It seems said patron believes in the orb's legend. The thing is, the founder did appear when the orb was exposed to fire, just as the legend said. If the legend is true, you've already solved the riddle, right? Not yet.
We've not solved the riddle yet.
The legend says the founder will bestow great spiritual power when she returns. But if that's true, it means we haven't solved the whole riddle yet. But how can that be? Are we missing something? Wait, maybe. Maybe the part about the founder returning should be taken literally. But how would it be possible for a dead person to return to the world of living? Talk about a Weenie Hut Jr. Prompt. Time travel? Cloning? Channeling? Because the thing is, now that we have the Mother's face, the Holy Mother's face, now a spirit medium will be able to channel her. Oh, I know. There is a way for the dead to return. Spirit channeling. Of course, you'd have to know what the founder looks like first. But the orb has revealed her face to us, so what if it's a sign that we should channel her? But do we know her name? Is Holy Mother her name? Given the facts, in order to solve the riddle and receive the founder's power, I need a spirit medium. A medium is needed to obtain the power. The ability of a medium to channel spirits is the final key to unlocking the orb's secret. That means Mr. Attition Wimperson's patron will need one too. And once that slimy politician realizes that, he won't be able to lay a finger on Miss Fey. I had my theories as to who the benefactor is, but that kind of throws a wrench into it. Everything's going to be okay, Mr. Wright, because Mr. Politician Wimperson can't afford to harm a hair on Miss Fey's head. Huh? Mr. Attition Wimperson, it seems you've chosen the wrong person to take hostage.
What do you mean?
Your patron seeks to solve the orb's riddle, and thereby receive great spiritual power. However, only Maya Fey can truly give them what they really want. She can? Is Apollo missing something, or am I?
What do you mean, only Maya Fey?
Think about what the return of the founder really means. We should have considered it more literally. After all, the orb was made in the kingdom of Khura'in, the birthplace of spirit mediums. Ah, I think I see now. You need to know what the deceased looks like in order to channel them. But in Khura'inism, depicting the face of the founder is taboo. However, her true face was hidden in the orb. So maybe the orb is telling us to try channeling the founder. Exactly. Through a spirit medium, the founder can quite literally return. And if the legend is true, the founder just might bestow spiritual power on someone when she does. Maya is an essential part of Channel the Spirit of the Holy Mother. I mean, oh wait, but if you say that the royal family are the only people, is the Fae clan the only ones who know the real name of the Holy Mother? Because I thought that the benefactor was the Queen of Khura'in, or the minister, and that the Queen should be able to channel spirit mediums, unless that's a lie. I'll keep on playing. It's like when pearls imbued my Magatama with spiritual power. If a human could be imbued with such power in a similar manner, it is said the founder possesses immense spiritual power. Such a great feat would not necessarily be beyond her. Wait a second. Then, the legend is true? Do you understand now, Mr. Attition Wimperson? You're holding hostage the final key to unlocking the orb's secret. And if anything were to happen to her, the riddle would remain unsolved forever. I'm asking questions that'll be pieced together later. Can't I, wild mass guess? There's always Palfay. I can simply ask her to help. If she wants money, I have plenty to offer. She's not the kind of person to be tempted by material gain. She certainly wouldn't help you if anything were to happen to her cousin. Or maybe you'd like to go ask the Queen of Khura'in to channel the founder for you. You could. We'd probably get executed for requesting such a thing. Okay, there you go. Okay. Maya is in a very unique position, although... Oh, there goes my theory. Because if they would execute him, that means they're not in on it, and the benefactor is someone else entirely. Alright. I don't know a damn thing, and it feels great. It's over. Now confess. You killed Dr. Buff, didn't you? It wasn't supposed to end this way. Mr. Attition Wimperson, are you admitting to committing the crime? You're my lawyer, right? Do something! It's true that I'm your lawyer, and as such, it is my job to defend you. However, defending my client isn't the only duty a lawyer has. Finding the truth, baby. There's something else that's equally as important. And that is finding the truth. The power of friendship, the power of the truth. You only know the very end, you don't know the details on how to get there. Then we'll go on that journey together. What? Mr. Attition Wimperson, you have sought to twist the truth in the dirtiest of ways. I was complicit in your hostage-taking, but in a way, I was being held hostage too. Even so, there's still hope for me to make things right. And I owe it all to you, Apollo. Mr. Wright? I can't allow a murderer to walk away scot-free. Therefore, Mr. Attition Wimperson, I must resign as your attorney. Of the very cursed image of Phoenix Wright pointing with his right hand instead of his left hand. Does this mean I'm under arrest? No! And oh boy, if the laws are anything like the laws over here, if you've got a felony, you can't run for office. Well, I've nothing to confess. What? You know, the details in any speculation I do now is almost completely useless, because there's 3 investigation sections of things I need to learn. Man, I really do know nothing, Jon Snow. It's great. I said, I've nothing to confess. I don't and I won't, especially not to a plebeian like you. This guy doesn't know when to give up. Besides, there's no truth to these allegations. I mean, look at this suitcase. You won't find a single print of mine on it. All that means is, you wipe them off, taking care to only leave Mr. Rebels. As many a great politician has said before me, no comment. In that case, try switching things up, Apollo. Look at the situation from a different angle. Is there really nothing that points to the suitcase being dropped from above? Evidence that points to the suitcase being dropped from the 2nd floor. If the killer pushed the suitcase from the 2nd floor hallway over the coffee bar, that would place him right around here. Maybe. Just maybe. I have something, Apollo. I believe this piece of evidence to be connected to the dropping of the suitcase. It's an army statement.
That appears to be a statement, but how is that related to this case?
On the night of the murder, Your Honor, Ms. Army Buff physically left her room. That's when she saw the doctor burning the orb and subsequently passed out, right above the coffee bar. But with her there in the wheelchair, the killer wouldn't have been able to drop the suitcase down onto the doctor. Good point. However, according to Sarge, she woke up just as someone was trying to move her in her wheelchair. Someone was pushing my wheelchair. What? So scared I'd be heading to retreat as fast as my wheels could take me. She must have been in the killer's way and had to be moved. Isn't that right, Mr. Attition Wimberson? And if the killer had pushed the wheelchair with his bare hands, we may yet find the conclusive evidence we need. Exactly. Fortunately for us, that evidence slipped right through the killer's fingers. If only he'd been able to hold on to it just a little tighter. But now, he's neither able to discard nor alter it. Honestly, that piece of evidence wasn't even supposed to be here in the courtroom today. And yet, it looks like sometimes things do get better. But this wasn't supposed to happen. No? Well, too bad, because the evidence that sped away from you that night has come back to haunt you, right here at this very trial. Your Honor, the defense's final piece of evidence is on this person. That's... On the night of the murder, Sarge passed out, only to come to and find that someone was pushing her wheelchair. That's when she fled back into her room. She didn't physically see a single soul after that. Not until Athena drew her out through that therapy session, that is. While the killer was able to wipe the prints on the suitcase off, the same can't be said for the prints that got away. My fellow Khura'inians. Well, Mr. Politician Wimberson, try to explain your way out of this one. The podium is all yours. Politician, savior of Khura'in. I am not a crook. My political career. I can't end like this. I'm destined for great things. Something's wrong. This isn't real. It's a dream. Not a nightmare. Oh. Huh? What? Wait, really? No way! Banzai! Banzai! No. Please. Wait. Don't go. No. No. Grandpa! And there goes the placard. That man just had himself a doggone Rampa execution.
Mr. Attition Wimperson, are you all right?
Well, mentally, I should say.
Bailiff, get him to the first aid station, on the double!
Watching Apollo and Phoenix tag team is amazing. That's what I thought Dual Destinies would be like. Two lawyers just serving up justice together.
Well, this was yet another unexpected turn of events. In light of everything that's been revealed, it seems the relic is indeed the Founder's Orb. And it seems Mr. Politician Wimperson can be considered a suspect in Dr. Buff's murder.
Apollo, I want to thank you for everything. Thanks to you, I didn't have to keep bending the truth. I don't know what I would have done without you. So, the question is, what is keeping a politician from ordering Maya to get offed out of spite? Just the fact he no longer has any power? Don't mention it. You were amazing today, Apollo. Well, couldn't have done it without Dirk.
A dragon never yields.
Yeah, he's arrested, so there you go. The thing, though, what was keeping, like, the only thing that was keeping Maya alive was the fact that she is the only spirit medium able to help him out. So, why couldn't we have gotten him arrested before that came to light? Like, if him getting arrested made him lose his hostage, then how come revealing that she's a spirit medium all of a sudden turned this around on its head? That's the part I'm kind of not connecting the Legos here. Wrong? Well, elucidate me, because I was wondering, like, okay, she's a spirit medium. How come... How does that change things? Phoenix didn't want to end the case to preserve Maya's safety. Yeah, but now that he's arrested, like, if he got arrested, wouldn't she have been released anyway? You show that Maya was never actually in danger in the first place, because she's needed for the greater plan. Oh. The threat of harm on Maya was coercing Phoenix to work, so he was lying about it. Okay, there you go. That is the final connection. Thank you. He was lying about it. Even when wounded, a dragon bites down hard, never lets go to his dying breath. It glares, roars, and latches its jaws firmly onto its prey till the bitter end. That's what lawyers do to get to the truth. Dragon never yields. Every lawyer should take that to heart.
As it seems both sides have no further objections, would Dirk Sadmari please take to the stand? This court awards the orb to the Defiant Dragons per the stated transfer agreement. Unfortunately, there's no sense of guilty or not guilty, so no fancy text. And there you go. It ended up being a civil trial in the end. I mean, with a nice spicy splash of murder in the middle, but at the same time, should the Kingdom of Khura'in claim ownership, the matter may have to be deliberated in court all over again. I just hope, or shall I say pray, that I'm not the judge presiding over that one. Ha 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 ha! Indeed, a trial like that might spark an international incident. Still, there are bigger and more momentous things astir in the air.
Revolution? Dirk's really serious about this.
This court is adjourned.
Boop. I wonder where is Maya during all this? I mean, probably just doing her own thing, being none the wiser.
Nice work, son. You've finally broken through the last obstacle on the road to revolution.
Revolution? It just doesn't seem real.
Yes, well, to think you actually defeated the Fighting Phoenix. All I can say is, that's my boy!
Well, Mr. Wright did have his hands tied. Who knows if I'd won had he been able to fight me head on. I mean, the thing about if two lawyers go up against each other, though the winner is decided before they even start, because they're both chasing after the truth, you know. I see it more like you saved Mr. Wright. Saved him? Yeah, remember what he said? He didn't have to bend the truth anymore. It was all thanks to you. I don't know about that. Still, I guess it is kind of nice to be appreciated for once.
No more catching them strays for Polly.
Mr. Dirk? Now the Holy Mother's face has been revealed. Are you gonna have a spirit medium try to channel her? I, for one, would love to see the return of the legendary founder. Yeah, just think about it. Being able to speak to someone right out of the history books.
Unfortunately, it's not that easy.
What?
Why? A face isn't enough. You also need the true name of the one you're attempting to channel.
Oh, right. Pearl mentioned something like that.
And the founder's true name is only known to the priestess who's been crowned queen. In short, the only living person who knows it is the current queen of Khura'in, Garan.
Oh, so without her help, we won't be seeing the founder anytime soon. That's not fun. I wonder how many people are playing this like, well, this is a pretty short trial. Wait, why is the evidence updating after the trial is over? So, Dirk, what will you do now?
First, I'll start by tracing the route by which the orb came into Dr. Buff's hands.
Since we now know it was politician that asked the doctor to study it, isn't he the one who stole it?
No. A political nobody like him couldn't get anywhere near the orb, let alone steal it. He must have had inside help. My money is on someone connected to the royal family.
Oh, right. You said something to that effect back in the cave. I ask where Maya is, and and that just prompts you to take a deep breath.
Whoo boy! Whoever it may be, we may need to expose their dirty scheme to the light of day.
Well, I'm sure Mr. Wright has plenty of information, courtesy of his dirty client. You might be able to shed some light on this.
Private Justice! That was fine work you did in the trial today. You did your sergeant proud.
Back at you, Sarge. It took real courage to leave your room like that.
It's all thanks to you and Corps Woman Sykes. With my siege defense over, I can finally sally forth. But the battle's only just begun. One for me, and me alone to fight.
She's closer than you think?
What?
Has she been secretly channeling someone as a part of this case the entire time? Or are we about to find out? Yeah. And being wheelchair-bound doesn't help. Private Justice. I've been thinking. It's about time I stood on my own 2 feet. After all, I no longer have Papa to coddle me. Huh? I'm afraid I don't follow. Take a good look, soldier. This is one small step for man, and one giant leap for me. Hold my drone, Private Justice. Alright, Army, I got your drone. What is she up to? Whoa. Oh, look at that smile. That award-winning smile. She's standing?
What's this? Sarge, you mean your legs there?
The doctor told me I was ready to walk again months ago. But if I admitted I could walk, I knew I'd have to leave the house. So I faked it. Makes sense, but I kept pretending I couldn't walk. But I know Papa's watching over me now, and I'd hate to disappoint him. So, from this day forth, I'm going to march forward on my own 2 feet. What a brave kid, trying to move forward like this. But it must be so hard this soon after her father's death.
Don't you ever stop. You just keep on walking, comrade. Stay brave, because there will be days when you will want to stop. But I have faith you'll find a way to muster the strength to push through them.
Yeah, you can do it! Hey, Daddy's back! Mr. Wright! What's that look on his face for? Oh, Apollo! Is everything alright with Miss Faye? She's safe. For now. Well then, you better go save her, quick! Where is she anyway? I'm afraid I have some bad news. Huh? Maya's not here. In the States. She's still in Khura'in. And she's still being held hostage by the mastermind behind this whole thing. The mastermind? That's right. Politician Wimperson was nothing more than a pawn. Maya's true abductor is in the kingdom of Khura'in. What? I don't understand, Mr. Wright. What in the world's going on here? And over there? But as shocking as that news was, it was only the beginning. The beginning of something big. Big enough to shake Khura'in to its very core. Revolution. I was being swept up in a mighty wave that nothing could stop. Of course, at the time, I had no idea what the days ahead had in store for us. If Dirk ends up being a twist villain, I will be heartbroken. And that's where we leave it. Good lord. So you're saying that we just did one investigation, we did one trial, and then we're gonna do investigation, and then a final trial? One more save, just for the kicks. That's the least shocking revelation I'll learn in the next few hours of gameplay. Oh boy, the smallest cliff I'm looking over. You're betting on a different fate for Dirk yourself? Well, obviously. I've got noble sacrifice on one end, twist villain in another, so we'll see what happens. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining me on this leg of a very, very long journey. You're very welcome for the stream. Glad you had fun. Blorf. And thank you if you watch this stream as a VOD, so you know what to do. Like, subscribe, comment, ring the bell, join the Discord. It is in the description. It'll let you know when the next stream comes up. And let me tell you, you're not going to want to miss the next couple of streams, because it is about to go down and get real, and I am so locked in. When you play this trial on the 3DS for the first time, you did this trial in an unbroken, 7 hours. Couldn't put it down. Nice. To the max. And I hope that all of you can be just as seated in for me to discover everything for the first time myself. And oh boy, am I looking forward to it, because this just seems to be the final boss of all of Ace Attorney. As unfortunate as those... I just realized that I have a fan. I have a fan cooling me off, and it's kind of causing my my shirt to billow around. No, I'm not flexing my massive pecs. That's just a fan off camera. What was I saying again? Yes. Good times ahead. Well, good times in terms of really fascinating narrative. And I look forward to all you being there with me. Until then, game out.